Part 31. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 301. Landau Manor, Study. The big trash can invited the small trash can to discuss important matters, holding ancient silver coins and looking slightly unhappy. In comparison, the small trash can looks great. I work as a secretary when I have something to do, and I work as a secretary when I have nothing to do. I eat well and have fun. I feel that my life has reached its peak. Seeing Wayne's appearance, Austin became even more displeased. He frowned and said, "A lot of things have happened to the family recently. As the heir, you don't care at all. I focus more on international events than on small things at home." Wayne waved his hand and said that he has been very busy recently. International events require his fierce criticism. The world cannot move without him. In comparison, Austin can just watch and deal with the trivial matters at home. With Austin's crude wisdom, these little things couldn't trouble him at all. On the contrary, when the two buttocks got together and exchanged opinions fiercely, what was originally a small matter turned into a big deal. Austin did not refute Wayne's fallacy. He had refuted it before, but was dragged into a familiar track by Wayne. Because his playing style did not suit the needs of the environment, it seemed that he was making trouble unreasonably. A lot of big things have happened recently. Prussia attacked Bologna and captured the opponent's capital. The Ross Federation also attacked Bologna yesterday. This country is finished, Austin said regretfully. Too fast. Like a flash of lightning, it was over in a flash. Wayne first nodded, expressing his consistent optimism for Prussia, and then mocked. Windsor and Frank declared war on Prussia at the beginning of the month, but ended up declaring no war, not even sending out a dog, and only providing Bologna. All aid other than aid has become an international laughingstock. It's really fast, even hell joke updates so diligently. No, we helped, but Polonia didn't listen. She can't blame others. Austin took the words and defended Windsor a few words. Bologna was being served by two powerful countries in turns because he wanted to die. They both said that they could negotiate, but Bologna insisted on rushing forward. As for the Ross Federation's invasion of Bologna, it is indeed suspected of adding insult to injury, but it is also related to the grievances between the two countries. There are already many conflicts, and it is natural to take advantage of the opportunity to deal with it. But anyway, Bologna is no longer on the map. Wayne shrugged. Every time there is a war, small countries suffer first. Even if there is no war, it will be the same. The world map is very big but also very small, and cannot accommodate too many chess players. Either serve it to the table or serve it on the menu. Austin shook his head slightly. This may be a good thing. Windsor and Frank can wait for a while to see what happens after Prussia and the Ross Federation border. Better fight? Austin represents Windsor's strategic interests. From Windsor's perspective, he hopes to see a strong but not so powerful Prussia. Advance can hold Frank back, retreat can resist the Ross Federation. Windsor doesn't have to do anything, just sell arms and humanitarian aid across the sea and shout long live justice and world peace. Wayne knew from his tone that the upper management of Windsor still had full confidence in Frank and believed that the world's best army could stop Prussia's lightning torrent. It is understandable that in this era, words such as impregnable and the world's best army are still very valuable. Frank, God chooses a street in mainland China to find out who the father is. Prussia, I've asked about it, it's me. Wayne once again mentioned that the defense line was unreliable and hoped that Austin could convince the Queen to change Windsor's current foreign strategy. Instead of just watching the show, she could be more serious about it. It will be too late to cry out in pain when planes are flying all over the sky and fireworks are being set off everywhere. Having said that, Wayne also knew that what he said was all nonsense. The geographical location meant that Windsor would not be able to rush to the front. The Queen also hoped that the war would break out on the border of Francia and Prussia. It's best to keep going back and forth, and after both sides are hurt, Ross Federation comes in to take advantage, and then all three companies stop fighting. At that time, Windsor, who had made a lot of money, stood up and took charge of the overall situation. While shouting that you should stop fighting, he also called on everyone to sit down, value peace, and re-sign a stable world order agreement. Simply perfect. Every time the international situation revolves around, Wayne and Austin urinate in the same pot, unable to convince each other. From Austin's point of view, Wayne has little understanding of the situation on the mainland, but is obsessed with Prussia. He is suspected of being a spiritual Prussian and a treacherous man. From Wayne's perspective, well, actually he wasn't very sure. The version was fully strengthened. Maybe Frank wouldn't raise his hand this time. Wayne wavered back and forth, asking what the Prussian stereotype was. Austin was too lazy to continue talking nonsense and got straight to the point. The Queen has been very active recently. She is concentrating power, taking back the power of the Tulip family and actively preparing for war. Austin's statement is very objective. From the subjective perspective of other Tulip families, the Queen took back power in the name of war, which seriously undermined the core interests of each family. Although the Tulip family exists for this reason. They are the royal family's piggy bank and talent reserve center and tentacles. The royal family has the right to take back everything at any time, but it's easy to eat and difficult to spit out, and asking them to bleed out of the blue is really more uncomfortable than killing them. A similar situation happened once 20 years ago. At that time, the royal family's actions were far less tough than they are now. Tough. Wayne raised his eyebrows. What has the Queen done to make our loyal Tulip family give a bad review of tough? The Queen recalled some distant relatives of Tulips, mainly targeting the Tulip families engaged in finance and business such as Boswell, Bayford, Cavendish, and Spencer. Austin glanced at Wayne. There is also our Landau family. A distant uncle of mine came back with his family, and he wants to treat me to dinner tonight. Wayne frowned. No way, our family has always been declining, and there is only one male like me in the inheritance. Where did this stinky beggar come from? They settled in the city north of Windsor. They were originally losers in the family competition and were expelled from London, so they had a lot of opinions about me. Austin looked at Wayne playfully. You are a smart man, I don't need to say more. The Queen has a way to die. Wayne looked stern, and he probably understood Austin's subtext. What did the other Tulip family heads say? Have you contacted them? Is there a treacherous jester around the Queen? The Queen listened to the slander and caused trouble to the court and cut off her hands and feet. The ministers were not angry and gathered together to discuss the idea of clearing the emperor. Wonderful. It's long overdue. Wayne nodded secretly. His plot was relatively long. It was written very clearly in the history books. Since ancient times, virtuous ministers chose their masters and devoured them, and they constantly suffered the consequences. It's time to storm Buckingham Palace with your sword in hand and pledge your loyalty to the Queen. Austin rolled his eyes. The air was growing more and more crooked. Instead of growing any flesh, he was only growing bones. There are all kinds of revolutions when the royal family is mentioned. If you don't know, you might think that they are undercover agents of the Ross Federation. Laughing to death, there is no reason for capitalists to revolutionize themselves. He said, several heads of the Tulip family hold the same attitude as me. Our wealth is given by the Queen and she can take it back at any time. As for those distant relatives, London is not a countryside, it is a big city. The air is bad. They cannot adapt to the harsh environment here, and they are very likely to die collectively one day in the future. The Queen hopes so too. Austin glanced at Wayne. As for the situation you imagined, I can tell you with certainty that it will not happen. The Queen did not attack all the Tulip families in a big way, but only the richest families. The other families did not see the loss of their lives, but only saw the expansion of their own interests. In addition, the 14 tulip families themselves had constant conflicts, which was impossible. Nor will they unite together. Not to mention Qing Junzi, thank God for not adding insult to injury. A group of short-sighted guys who only know how to clean up their own troubles. Today the Queen asked us to bleed, and tomorrow it will be their turn. They can't understand this. Fortunately, they are still politicians. Working with this group of insects, I'm a big Windsor, you will die sooner or later, Wayne said, dissatisfied. Yes, the power of the tulip family was indeed given by the Queen, but the Queen only gave the power. How much they can earn depends on the ability of each family. The money was obtained based on one's ability, neither stealing nor robbing, it was just cheating and swindling, and at the same time exploiting the working people. The money was pure and clear, so why should it be handed over if it was not hard-earned money? It's easy for capitalists to make some money. Take Austin as an example. In order to maintain his family business, he went around trying to be the big brother. He coached secretaries during the day and managed relationships with leaders at night. He made his wife so angry that she ran away from home. Wayne, E=**. Austin, it's not easy for you. You seem to be thinking about something very rude. Austin did not ask Wayne what he was thinking about, and was too lazy to respond. He made his attitude clear: don't think that short-sightedness is a bad thing. No one knows what the future will look like. It often changes in 3 to 5 years. I can make so much money. It's because I focus on the present. The Landau family firmly supports all the Queen's decisions in exchange for the tragedy of my uncle dying of illness in London. Do you understand? I understand, but I'm still unhappy. The Queen wants it today, and if you give it to her, what will she do tomorrow? What will she do if she asks me for it again after you die? Wayne pouted. He didn't care why Austin made so much money, he only knew that he temporarily asked Austin to take charge of the money, and it was all his money. It doesn't make sense to take money from his pocket and still have such a tough attitude. Wayne, take a long-term view, use your brain more, and don't choose to solve problems with your fists just because you are stronger, Austin warned. Ever since Wayne came back from the frozen continent, he has been drifting, which is not good. As a young man, it is understandable that he hopes Wayne can regain his cautious attitude as soon as possible. Being timid is not a bad thing. Just now you said it's better to be short-sighted, but now you're telling me to take a long-term view. Wayne curled his lips and said, it's up to you. Cherish the days when you are still the head of the family. When I go up, it will not be up to the Queen whether she speaks in a strong tone. Austin sighed and placed a document on Wayne's desk. This is my uncle's information, including their family's temporary residence in London. They are all relatives. You are going to the banquet tonight. Don't make it difficult for them, but don't make them too happy either. Say for a long time, you yourself are very dissatisfied with the Queen. Wayne took the information and readily accepted the task. He raised his eyebrows and said, can the Death Knight visit them? Can't. What about the Dark Knight? No way. Austin knew what Wayne wanted to say and blocked him directly. All knights are useless. Use other forces other than the Tulip family. Austin stopped there. He was loyal to the Queen and represented the loyalty of the Landau family. The heir Wayne was different. Young people always make mistakes when they are too passionate. If the Queen pushes too hard, it will be difficult to guarantee the heir's loyalty to the royal family in the future. Wayne understood immediately and asked curiously, is it okay? The Queen will not be furious and then revoke my heir status in a meeting. A good politician will not be angry, but will test each other and compromise. I have already compromised. It's the Queen's turn to compromise. It's really troublesome. My evaluation is that the fist is fast and steady. Wayne still refused to accept it. The amazing wisdom told him that it was time to use super strength. Thinking of this, Wayne asked curiously, "What about the other tulip families? Do they have their own face-slapping plans?" "I don't know about that." "Tisk, so loyal." Wayne took the documents and turned left. He saw the black cat Monica hunting butterflies on the lawn. He stopped for a moment and ignored her, and went straight to the location of the eldest lady's villa. Veronica was not there. Wayne sniffed the smell in the air and found her in the underground base. Not only Sif was hit during the trip to the frozen continent, but also Veronica. Senna's evaluation was vivid in her mind, and she felt palpitations every time she thought of it. Sina, weak, helpless, pitiful, and especially easy to bully. Among her peers, Veronica was undoubtedly the best one, and she used to think so. Later, she couldn't do it, and met a cheater. Veronica didn't know that Wayne was cheating, she only knew that Wayne's talent had crushed her in all directions. If Wayne didn't want to, she couldn't learn from Sif to release human cannonballs anytime and anywhere according to her mood. Although it was later proved that Sci-fi could release Austin anytime and anywhere, it was purely Austin's concession, but this was not the point. The point was that Veronica was stimulated. Veronica thought that the old witch was right. If she was strong enough, her fiancé's mount would not be the old witch, and she would not have to keep warm and let Willie get too far. According to the gossip that Willie inadvertently revealed, she was pregnant in Wayne's house. Bang! Veronica punched the wall, and the solid cement wall fell off. Upon closer inspection, there was a note with Willie's name on it. There were two more pieces of paper next to it, the smashed Wayne and the spotless Chris. She still couldn't bear to attack Bayou Egwang. "Veronica, why are you here?" Wayne asked knowingly, planning to check Juno's condition again in the near future. If there is no problem, he will perform surgery on Veronica. Austin was also urging him to do it. He estimated that the teacher had reached the critical point of patience. "It's almost time to do it." Veronica's eyes were fierce. In her sight, Wayne was hugging Chris and Willie with big bellies on his left and right, smiling like a social scum. She shook her head and looked over again. Wayne was hugging Willie, smiling so much that he deserved a beating. The afterimage flashed, and Veronica rushed straight to Wayne. The latter dodged sideways and said in a panic, "No, we can't practice today. I still have a task to do. Don't damage the file." Veronica stopped chasing and looked at Wayne hesitantly. "What file? Where is it? Why can't I see it?" "Oh, in my golden wizard's personal space. X2. Click." The string representing rationality was snapped directly. Veronica was furious, angry, and furious. She chased Wayne and attacked him. A few minutes later, she grabbed Wayne's collar and hung him on the wall. "Why don't you run away? Why don't you keep hiding?" Veronica raised her fist and clenched it until it made a crackling sound. "My heart is in your hands. No matter how far I run, I will come back." "I can't run away." Wayne sighed and said that his life was over. "Hee, how many parts of your heart have you divided? Speak." "Counting." Bang. The camera turned, and Veronica turned around and left the underground base, step by step, with an extremely fierce momentum. Wayne followed behind like a punching bag, covering his nose with one hand, and blood kept gushing out from his fingers. In terms of playing misery, he is much more professional than Austin. His physique is here. Austin will die if he loses too much blood. He can make as much as he wants. "What are you doing with me? Go back to your home." "This is my home." "Humph, senior sister and Willie are waiting for you at home." "This is not your home." "That's right, I'm leaving now." "Asshole, come back here." Veronica was furious. She grabbed Wayne's collar and dragged him back to the eldest lady's villa. She found a way out for herself. "Tell me, what mission?" Did the old asshole arrange for you to go on a long trip? Veronica, you can't say that about my father, at least not in front of me, Wayne said seriously. You know, we haven't gotten married yet. The old asshole is the head of the family. If he hears it, he will say that you have no family education and will not agree to this marriage. Veronica. Don't worry, I like you so much. If he doesn't agree, we will elope. Veronica rubbed her temples with a headache. Getting married, what a beautiful and sacred word. She had also imagined her own wedding. It was a sunny afternoon, the sun was shining, white doves were released, and Mother Healy handed her hand to Wayne. With the blessings of the bridesmaids, a sea of petals fell from the sky, and the couple was bathed in romance. It's not okay now. The bridesmaids are wearing wedding dresses like her, which is not romantic at all. Veronica hated herself for not living up to her expectations. She had made up her mind to break up with him before, but because of the attack in the alley, she couldn't help but forgive the scumbag. Whenever I think of this scene, I can't be cruel. And Willie, I must beat her to death next time. Tell me, what task did the old bastard give you? A family tree. In Veronica's envious eyes, Wayne waved his hand and took out a document from the dark realm. You may not believe it, the Landau family has many poor relatives outside, and they have now moved to London. Veronica frowned slightly, took the document and read it. What do you mean, you are going to help them? No, they are not kind, they are here to fight for the family property, and Austin asked me to take good care of them for a while. Veronica returned the document and secretly said that it was boring. This involves the game between the royal family and the Tulip family. As the heir, I have to show a completely different attitude from Austin. If you have heard any rumors about me recently, don't believe it. I am acting for the Queen, Wayne warned. Stop looking down on me. I can tell whether it's a rumor or not, and whether it's related to the family's interests. Veronica said unhappily, you don't have to tell me all this. Just do whatever the old bastard tells you to do. Since my mother supports him, I will support you. Wayne was very relieved. I feel relieved when you say that. I will start tonight. Wait a minute. Veronica raised her hand and called a pause, and said suspiciously, what exactly is the rumor? It sounds like something is wrong. Tonight I will use the power outside the family. The other party is a beautiful woman. Huh. Don't worry, it's Chris's teacher. Veronica was even more worried. What's wrong with the teacher? Senna is still the teacher's teacher, and she still tasted the sweetness. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 302. Night. Diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit. Mist. A high-end restaurant. The black car slowly stopped. Wayne, dressed in a black suit, walked into the restaurant in a proper manner, followed by Mona in formal attire. Her appearance was very similar to Megan, a lady in a suit and trousers, with an upright posture and capable manners. Except for the fact that her hair was not short and she had a pair of glasses, there was almost no difference. It was obvious that Wayne was cosplaying Austin. He did not need to wear makeup when he played the big trash can, and he was restrained. He just needed to work hard and magnify his shortcomings. At the window on the third floor, Wayne saw his poor relative, Banzer Landau, and his family. The head of the family, Banzer Landau, his wife Jennifer, the eldest son Olin, the second son Narab, the third son, the fourth son, the fifth daughter. In short, the family was prosperous, and there was a group of young people of Wayne's generation below, about 30 or 40 people, and the main point was that one person was powerful. In terms of generation, Banzer is Austin's uncle. Although they are distant relatives, they are actually very close in blood. They just live far away and have not been together for many years. Wayne and Banzer's grandchildren were quite unhappy to see him coming with a step that did not recognize any relatives. Austin is the head of the Landau family. Although he is a junior, Banzer still has to look up to Austin based on his status as the head of the family. What is the heir of Wayne? He is just a grandson. How can he be so mean? Banzer felt that he was despised and insulted, but he did not express it. He still smiled and took the initiative to greet him. You must be Wayne, the young man looks like Austin. I thought your illegitimate child was just a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. Banzer is an old man in his 40s, but his heart is not old. His appearance remains middle-aged. He looks only about 10 years older than Austin. These words were sarcastic and full of thorns. Wayne felt normal after listening to them. He said to his eldest son Olin, who was looking aggressive next to him, Your Excellency has a good temperament and is quite like the Landau family. I think you are the head of the family, Grandpa Banzer. XN. Banzer's smile was stiff. He was good at self-cultivation and did not frown on the spot. Olin's eyes widened directly. He noticed his father's anger and hurriedly explained, I am not. I am your uncle Olin Landau. This is my father Banzer Landau, the real head of the family. No way, this old man looks ordinary and has no momentum and ambition like you. You are the head of the family. I am not. Then it will definitely be in the future. Compared with you, your brothers and sisters are simply not worth mentioning. XN. The crowd was in turmoil, and several people rolled up their sleeves to rush up to show Wayne a little color. Wayne's eyes lit up and raised his hand to snap his fingers. Mona pushed her glasses and took 2 steps forward to stand beside Wayne. Enough, what's the point of arguing with a junior in public? You have lost the face of the Landau family. Banzer snorted coldly and scolded everyone to sit back in their seats. Wayne, I came to London because of the Queen's summons. Why didn't Austin come? Didn't he understand the Queen's order? Old man, is it your first day in London? Don't you know the relationship between my father and the Queen? Wayne sneered and saw the crowd watching the excitement around him. They were either rich or noble and dressed gorgeously. He pointed at them and said, Go and ask around. Everyone knows that my father is the Queen's first love. What is their relationship? The whole of London knows it clearly. XN. I don't know, please be more specific. XN. The crowd of onlookers were all helpers invited by Banzer. They were guest starring passers-by tonight. In fact, they were supporting Banzer. They were all curious when they heard it. They didn't have the guts to gossip about the Queen, but they had the courage to listen to her gossip as passers-by. Wayne knew very well that there must be the Queen's spies among these people, and there might be spies from other tulip families, or even princesses and princes. It was not easy for nobles to maintain the dignity of the upper class, and it was reasonable to sell one piece of information to 3 families. Knowing this relationship, Wayne simply said loudly, I'm not afraid to tell you that the prince died early. Over the years, my father Austin was often summoned by the Queen late at night and talked with her about national affairs all night. He was the Queen's most trusted minister. Be sensible and don't talk about the Queen in front of me. My father has seen the Queen in person more than you have seen the Queen in photos. Do you think the Queen called you all here to enjoy yourself? It's so funny, it's impossible. If it weren't for the fear that other tulip families would not accept it, you would never be able to return to London in this life. Arrogant and domineering, he has no respect for the monarch. This kid won't last long. XN. Everyone made a surprising unanimous evaluation in their hearts, and they all expressed their condolences for Wayne's future. But then I thought about how smart Austin was. Wayne had his blood in his veins, so he shouldn't be like this, unless what Wayne said was true. For a moment, the whole restaurant was unusually quiet. The Banzer family was stunned, and the onlookers stood still with their knives and forks. You could hear a pin drop. Ahem, I've said too much. I shouldn't say what I just said. Wayne pulled out a chair, sat down with a big horse and a golden knife, and raised his eyebrows and said, "But it doesn't matter. The sky of London is always the sky of the Queen. Even if I say it, no one dares to spread it." After a flurry of punches, Banzer couldn't do it anymore. He took the handkerchief handed to him by his wife, wiped the sweat from his forehead hastily, and sat opposite Wayne with a civilized stick. Looking at the arrangement of the seats, Wayne was completely surrounded by the Banzer family. He should have been in danger, surrounded by wolves. However, due to the unclear relationship between Aston and the Queen, Wayne took the center position, and the Banzer family became a foil. Banzer questioned Wayne's words, and did not believe that the pure Queen and Aston were still connected. After all, he knew that Prince Douglas was suspected to be alive. "Old man, no, Banzer, today I came on behalf of the goodwill of the Landau family. Aston asked me to take good care of you. He said that poor relatives from other places came to our family to beg for food. I didn't believe it at the time, but now." Wayne glanced at everyone and raised his chin slightly. "It's really a bit shabby. In terms of clothing and appearance, you have made the word aristocracy become civilian." XN. No one in the Banzer family said anything. Many of them, especially the third generation of the family, did make a lot of jokes when they first arrived in the big city of London. "I dressed up tonight and spent a lot of money. I thought I was gorgeous enough, but I suddenly lost my confidence when Wayne said that. Did I really bring shame to the nobles?" Banzer felt lonely. Compared with his own family, Austin did have a powerful son. "Wayne, you are a little too much. I am yours anyway. We are all nobles. There is no need to play the emotional card. Talking about emotions costs money. I can afford it, but can you?" Wayne interrupted directly and said to the waiter standing aside, "Let's go, tonight's consumption is on me. I don't want the best, I just want the most expensive." The manager nodded repeatedly. Although Wayne was arrogant and particularly annoying, this is London, and money is the boss. If he were the heir of the Landau family and had a father who married the Queen with $1 billion, he would definitely be more arrogant than Wayne. The offensive and defensive situation reversed, and Wayne treated Banzer's family to a banquet. "It doesn't matter, the money is worth it." Seeing the struggle of the Banzer family wanting to eat but caring about their face, Wayne smiled but said nothing. He. Mona stood behind Wayne the whole time, acting as a bodyguard, secretary, lover, and waiter. Whenever she saw Wayne's domineering attitude, a trace of rightness flashed in her eyes. Faith makes people firm, religion makes people ignorant. Banzer tasted the authentic French food, which tasted like chewing wax. Some of the words he had prepared were useless at this time. He said that he had the support of the Queen, so Wayne said that Austin slept with the Queen. He didn't dare to say what Wayne dared to say, so what was there to talk about? Fortunately, the problem was not big. The whole place was his people. Wayne took the risk alone and only brought a secretary. Secretary. Speaking of the secretary, Banzer suddenly thought that according to the intelligence sponsored by the royal spies, the secretary around Austin was very good at fighting. What about the secretary around Wayne? Would he also be very good at fighting? The problem is still not big. With so many people watching, does Wayne really dare to hit him? It would be best if he hit him. He can make a lot of money by lying down. Thinking about it, Banzer felt sad. They all have the surname Landau. Austin and Wayne only need to sell their conscience to make money, but he has to sell his face. As a noble, he is really a failure. "Mr. Banzer, are you Mr. Banzer?" A strange voice inserted into Banzer's ears. He raised his head in confusion, looked at the uninvited man, and stood up subconsciously. "I am Banzer Landau. Forgive me for not being active in London for many years." "Who are you?" "It's you, have you forgotten? I am John, the priest of the Moonlight Church." We drank together at that banquet. The man named John came forward enthusiastically and shook Banzer's hand tightly, looking like an old friend meeting. Is there? Banzer was not very clear, but it did not affect his sudden realization. Facing the warm embrace of his old friend, he soon chatted with him about the banquet that year. Banzer recalled the past and soon figured out the reason for John's arrival. If it was right, it was the force arranged by the Queen to put pressure on Austen. Recently, the Moonlight Church has moved into London in large numbers and is in the honeymoon period with the royal family. If the Queen invites, the Moonlight Church will not mind sending a priest to help. It's reasonable and there is nothing wrong with it. Ha ha ha. Banzer laughed loudly, and the figure of his old friend John became clear in an instant. That's right, we drank together in the past. While chatting, Banzer looked at Wayne with his peripheral vision. Seeing that he lowered his head to eat and didn't speak, his smile became stronger. Gradually, the laughter of the Banzer family increased. Noisy and no rules at all, where is your table manners, have you lost them in the countryside? Wayne put down his knife and fork dissatisfiedly, took the napkin handed by Mona, and wiped the corners of his mouth lightly with great restraint. I'm sorry, John and I haven't seen each other for many years. I was so excited that I disturbed your meal. The sky cleared up, the rain stopped, and Banzer felt that he was fine again, and he was more humble in his words. Humility often means self-confidence. The more outstanding people are, the more they know how to respect others. On the contrary, easily belittling others is actually a manifestation of inferiority complex seeking superiority. Comparing the two, Banzer felt that he had won. Banzer, I'm sorry to disturb your dinner with friends. This is a high-end restaurant. I was rude just now, John said to smooth things over. It doesn't matter. We are all family. Let me introduce them. These are my family members. Banzer introduced them one by one, and finally it was Wayne's turn. He is Wayne Landau, a noble of London, and one of my juniors. Wayne Landau, I seem to have heard of this name somewhere. John frowned and thought for a moment, then shook his head. Stop talking about this, Banzer, I'm not here to eat. We'll contact you another day. Come to the restaurant and don't want to eat? Well, the French food in this restaurant is very pure. They are all the best chefs in London. The high priest of our church likes to dine here. Today we invited a distinguished guest. I want to go to the private room to check, John explained. Road. Banzer's eyes lit up. The Queen was very clever. In order to suppress the Tulip family, even the high priest of the Moonlight Church moved here. Is it possible that the high priest's guest is him? Thinking of this, Banzer straightened up a lot. At this moment, 3 women entered the hall outside the door. The 2 identical-looking twins had excellent looks, and any one of them would be a beautiful woman. Together with the bonus of the twins, they instantly became the focus of the audience. Unfortunately, the focus was only for a moment before everyone's attention was attracted to the woman walking in front. The woman is wearing a long white dress, her figure is graceful, delicate, and pure. As she moves, the hem of the skirt flutters gently, as if the breeze is carrying a whisper, which unknowingly enters the heart. Her long golden hair was tied up, and a black veil covered half of her beautiful face. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were as clear as the traces of moonlight falling on the world. Only half of her face was exposed and she was already beautiful. Gudu, XN. No one doubted her appearance, and the mystery of the veil made her more noble and beautiful. High Priest. John came to Philomena and whispered, I met an old friend and chatted with him for a while, but I didn't have time to check the private room. Philomena shook her head slightly and glanced at the Banzer family. Suddenly her eyes lit up and she moved towards them. This change in expression and the undisguised joy in his brows made the whole hall a little brighter. Banzer was ecstatic, secretly thinking that the Queen treated him well and supported this big scene today, so he would be more confident against Austen in the future. This is a stable rhythm. Ms. High Priest, Banzerlan. Banzer's outstretched hand froze in mid-air, and he watched in shock as the white-clothed figure passed by him, arrived at Wayne's side without looking back, and then sit down. Yes, sitting on Wayne's lap. It's so rare that you are not late today. I used to ask you to come out for dinner with various excuses, Philomena complained again and again, not caring at all about her identity as a high priest and the increasingly horrifying looks of the people around her. The legendary mage is somewhat crazy. For example, Philomena has long wanted to make her relationship with Wayne clear, but Wayne has always disagreed. Don't make trouble, you are the high priest, so many people are watching, Wayne patted his butt, asking Philomena to restrain herself. Philomena glanced at the others with a raised eyebrow, then quickly looked away. Where is there? Why didn't I see it? After saying that, he glanced at Mona in displeasure and said, "Asshole, your secretary is getting more and more beautiful. This sour smell can be tasted even from a distance. The little woman's behavior is not as majestic as that of a high priest. She is clearly someone who has fallen in love. Speaking of which, she is already a high priest, so she must be quite young, right? XN." Everyone thought this way, and then looked at Philomena's beautiful face hidden by the veil, and instantly firmed their stance. "Sister, I can do it. XN. Go wait for me in the house. I have guests here. I'll come find you after I'm done with them." Wayne glanced at Philomena, who snorted coldly and refused to get up alone. XN. Banzer. Is this the Queen's arrangement? I'm afraid it's not, right? Banzer may not be as shrewd as Austin, but his IQ is definitely online. If he thinks about his old friend John at this time, how can he still not know who arranged it? Why? Why could Wayne give orders to the high priest of the Moonlight Church? Why did the high priest make so many sacrifices? Is it the ability of the Landau family? Banzer hopes that it is the ability. If not, there is no point in his coming to London. The Queen found the wrong way to threaten Alston. This kind of high-end game was not something he, a down-and-out noble, could participate in. I really can't do anything about you, but forget it, it's not an important guest anyway. Wayne stood up with Philomena in his arms and said apologetically, "Banzer, the high priest and I have important matters to discuss. That's it for today. I'll invite you and your family to dinner another day. Just leave the bill at the front desk. I'll pay for it later. Don't worry, I'll do it another day, it's not worth the money." After saying that, regardless of Banzer's stiff face, he walked into the box with his hands on his slim waist. Mona followed closely and entered the private room with the twins. Outside the house is the gatekeeper John, a dignified priest of the Moonlight Church. Because of his gender, he is not even qualified to enter the house and sit down to eat. If he didn't enter the house, it would be interesting to think about what was being eaten in the house and who was being eaten. The onlookers, mostly men, showed their subjective initiative. They were all in a sad mood, muttering to themselves, looking sad as if they were visiting Wayne's grave. Sensing the dissatisfied look in their female companions' eyes, they not changed. Still devastated, "I just wish I couldn't take Wayne's place. What should I change? Do I have the intention to change it now?" XN. After a while, the onlookers remembered their mission, looked away with envy and hatred, and sympathized with the Banzer family. Give up, big cities are too cruel. If you want to gain a foothold here, you must have at least a high priest in your arms. While it is still not too late, pack up your bags and go back to the countryside to farm. At least in the cotton plantation, you are the winners in life. They did not bother to say hello to the loser family, and ended the dinner and left. Tonight was not in vain. They gained an important piece of information that could be sold at a high price. No matter why Wayne touched the buttocks of the Moonlight Church high priest and made the high priest act as if he was in love in public, Whether it was money or personal charm, it was an indisputable fact that the high priest was held in his arms. Facing the queen's centralization, the Landau family revealed a trump card. The heir Wayne had an affair with the high priest of the Moonlight Church. Considering that Austen also had an affair with the high priest of the Natural Church and adopted a daughter, the three major beliefs of the Life Alliance have already won two in London. Of course, it can also be said that the two churches of nature and moonlight have pried the Queen's wall and successfully entered the Tulip family. But these are not the main points. The three major beliefs of the Life Alliance: the Landau family has a close relationship with the Natural Church and the Moonlight Church. What about the last one, the Sun Church? Do the father and son often go there for fitness and wrestling? As expected of Austen, a famous loyal minister of the Tulip family, he eats the Queen's food, sleeps with the Queen's food, and has become so familiar with the Life Alliance in the time it takes to pull up his pants. The hall was silent, and no one in the Banzer family spoke. The younger generation had no intention of tasting the pure French food, and the head of the family, Banzer, was even more confused and tired, and the whole person looked much older. Jennifer supported her husband, with a sad look between her eyebrows. She opened her mouth and didn't know what to say, and her eyes asked if she wanted to leave. "Let's go, it's almost time to eat." Banzer did not answer directly. When he passed by the manager, he insisted on paying the bill himself. He glanced at the private room and paid the bill for Wayne's room, by the way. It hurts, but this is his last stubbornness and the tuition he paid tonight. It's worth it. Austen opened his eyes and showed him what a noble family with deep roots is. Even without relying on the Queen, the Landau family can gain a foothold in London. "Austen, you are too arrogant. I will pass these words to the Queen and add some of my personal opinions. Since you don't need the Queen doesn't need you either." Banzer looked sinister. Although his back was not as straight as before, he was still unwilling. From the perspective of the Tulip family, the Landau family headed by Austen had crossed the line. Is that the butt of the high priest of the Moonlight Church? That is a slide that cannot be touched. The stronger Austen is, the more the Queen needs him. He, Banzer, represents the true loyalty of the Landau family. This loyalty is enough for the Queen to make a choice. Austen, you shouldn't have revealed this trump card. You left the Queen with no choice. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 303. Buckingham Palace. The newly promoted commander of the Royal Guards Division and the head of the Royal Guard, Baron Chemo, handed a document to Queen Sophia. After declaring war on Prussia, Windsor shouted slogans loudly, but it cannot be said that there was no actual action. It can only be said that when seeing injustice, they roared and continued to move forward. On the surface, Windsor watched the fire from the other side of the river as usual, and continued to carry forward the traditional style of not being a human being. Secretly, Queen Sophia declared war on foreign countries to gather the power scattered in the hands of the Tulip family. Vigorous and resolute, the first knife cut the military and political system built around the royal family, such as the Royal Guards Division, and promoted and demoted the members of the Tulip family, so that these spies stayed away from Buckingham Palace, and then inserted the elite backbone secretly cultivated by the royal family. Such as the mysterious Baron Chemo, such as the two deputy ministers of the Ministry of Magic who were airborne, and Sophia warned the flowers and plants that grew randomly when she picked up the knife to trim her own garden. Plants cannot grow at their own will. It is true that sunshine is desirable, but if the scissors are in the hands of their owners and they do not grow wildly according to their owners' ideas, the scissors will inevitably fall on your head. Snap! Your head is gone. Friends who often rebel know that the scissors in the hands of the owner are fast and fierce, but the old trees are tangled, and they cannot be cut as the owner wants. A skilled gardener should adopt different pruning methods according to different plant varieties and different growth conditions. Such bonsai can be called art, can be sold at a high price, and allow the owner to obtain the greatest value of benefits. If you cut randomly, not only will you not be able to sell at a high price, but the scissors will also break easily. Snap! Your scissors are chipped. As Austen said, the tulip family faced the butcher knife in the hands of the queen, and they were submissive on the surface, but fought back secretly, focusing on being loyal to the emperor and patriotic. Sophia has received a lot of documents these days, and today's document comes from the Banzer branch of the Landau family. In the document, Banzer exaggerated the arrogant and domineering behavior of Austen, and bitterly described his wolfish ambitions, including but not limited to the alliance between the Landau family and the Moonlight Church, and the deliberate creation of royal scandals. In summary, Austen disrespected the monarch, and the Landau family was powerful. Although Banzer had a sincere patriotic heart, he was afraid that he would not be able to complete the task assigned by the Queen due to the lack of soldiers and food. Sophia put down the document in disappointment, and saw Baron Chemo, the anonymous Prince Douglas, picking up the document and reading it. She frowned slightly and wanted to stop him. The document mentioned her and Austen's scandal. She thought it would be better not to let her husband see it. Although the innocent are innocent, it is always right to avoid suspicion. After all, her husband and her ex-boyfriend are indeed somewhat similar in appearance. Although her husband does not say it, he must have a knot in his heart. Sophia did not stop it in the end. Deliberate avoidance is more like covering up the truth, which can't solve anything except creating misunderstandings. In addition, Douglas has secretly controlled the Tulip family, such as the Banzer family, who is far away from London. If Douglas wants to know the content of the document, he can just ask Banzer directly. By then, Banzer's exaggeration will only be more ridiculous than the document. The Landau family and the Moonlight Church. Douglas put down the document and frowned at Sophia. "Queen, do you know about this? It's not a secret. The top leaders of the Ministry of Magic know something, but I didn't expect Wayne to do so well." Sophia shook her head slightly. Wayne served as the image ambassador of the Ministry of Magic. It was the idea of Deputy Minister Yvette to use the beauty trick to approach Philomena, the high priest of the Moonlight Church. It was officially implemented after she nodded and confirmed. The purpose of this move was to appease Philomena. Later, the traitor orb was exposed, and the Ministry of Magic no longer forced Wayne to continue to implement the beauty trick. Unexpectedly, he really slept with Philomena. It can only be said that the plan cannot change as fast as it did. At that time, the Landau family was very loyal, and I was very relieved to give the task to Wayne. Sophia smiled. "Of course, I still trust the Landau family now. Austen gave me a reason to fight for him, right?" "Are you sure this is not a threat?" Douglas said unhappily. "My prince, your prejudice against Austen is somewhat personal." Sophia knew this and did not make the contradiction clear, which would only expand the contradiction and cause irreversible consequences. She said in a business-like manner, "I know that the Landau family has a connection with the Moonlight Church. Not only that, but it also has a very good relationship with the Natural Church. Austen's making it clear is not a threat, but a response to me, but this card is a bit big and does not fit his usual style. You really understand him." Douglas was unhappy. It is understandable that anyone who hears rumors about his wife and ex-boyfriend every other day and cannot come out to clarify will want to teach the ex-boyfriend a lesson. But it can't be given. Windsor is the Queen's Windsor. Douglas is just a prince, not a king. As for the inheritance rights of the Queen's spouse, it can be there or not, depending on the Queen's attitude. "Okay, let's not talk about this. Austen responded to me, and it's my turn next." Sophia pondered. "I am very sure that this trump card is not Austen's style of doing things. It is too straightforward and too tough. It should represent the next loyal Wayne of the Landau family. Austen acquiesced to Wayne's actions. Either Austen has changed and deliberately arranged this, or Austen is helpless about his heir. Sophia analyzed the intelligence and guessed two possibilities. Douglas suppressed his anger and said, "No matter which one it is, the attitude of the Landau family is very tough. If loyalty is not absolute, it is absolutely disloyal. You can't trust Austen like before." Sophia smiled bitterly. If she doesn't trust Austen, who should she trust? If it were other tulip families, they would be even less trustworthy than Austen. There is no such thing as absolute loyalty in the world. It is nothing more than loyalty to oneself under the bondage of interests. Baron Chemo, your plan is a bit radical. Sophia suddenly regretted it. This is more efficient, and the power has been dispersed for too long. These guys have forgotten who they are, Douglas said expressionlessly. Sophia nodded. This is indeed the case. The response of the tulip families alone shows that power makes people's ambitions magnified. If the power is not collected, the royal family will only be worse from generation to generation. By the time the next king came, the country's military, politics, economy, and culture were all controlled by the tulip family. The king became a puppet and could only implement the monarchy offline system. What a headache! Seeing Sophia frowning and thinking hard, Douglas continued, "War is the best reason. You can't let this opportunity go. The power in our hands is enough to take back power. You don't have to worry about the tulip family losing control." Maybe. Sophia glanced at her husband and sensed the ambition that was about to move. After weighing it for a moment, she said, "I trust the tulip family too much, which is not conducive to the centralization of the royal family. You are fully authorized to deal with them on my behalf. Don't go too far. What I want is power, not corpses. Don't worry, I only wield the knife against traitors, and I won't let the royal family and the tulip family have an irreparable rift." Douglas got what he wanted and looked at the documents on the table. The Landau family is in a perfect situation. Austen has a high priest in his arms, and Wayne has one in his arms. This bone is too hard to chew and should be dealt with last. But if we gather all our strength to bite off this hard bone first, the power of example is great, and other tulip families will undoubtedly restrain their ambitions, and the royal family can complete centralization in the shortest time. Moonlight Church, Natural Church. Douglas is not afraid of the two high priests, but the church behind them. After thinking again and again, he decided to discuss this matter with the Dark Church. Only magic can defeat magic, and similarly, only the church can defeat the church. Douglas thought a lot, and had more than 10 drafts in his mind, all of which were plans against the Landau family. He hesitated whether to start with the Landau family first. Seeing through his thoughts, Sophia smiled. "How is it difficult to do?" "It is a bit difficult, the danger and the benefit are equal, and it is impossible to choose. I will meet with Austen first to see what his attitude is. It is best to talk. How to talk, where to talk, should I summon him at night? Are you two really broken up?" Douglas felt more and more unlucky. As the husband of the Queen and the father of 2 children, he should have been the winner, but his body shape and appearance similar to that of Austen made him feel like a substitute. Let's be frank. He hated Austen very much. The more Sophia trusted Austen, the more he hated Austen. Now there is one more person he hates. Wayne Landau. He looks too much like Austen. He was obviously an illegitimate child cultivated in secret, but because Austen had connections with various forces, Wayne was Austen's son-in-law according to well-documented intelligence. They lied with their eyes open, especially Me6, which swore to take out a fake file to cover up for Austen. It's so funny. How could the father and son have no blood relationship with their eyebrows and eyes? These tulip families really think the royal family is blind. Landau Manor, Study. Austin sat on the sofa with a dark face, and he was weakly turning the ancient silver coin in his hand. I asked you to borrow power outside the Tulip family. Who asked you to move the high priest of the Moonlight Church out? No, I made a phone call and she came to my door. X2. Austin, you are still proud? Wayne, yes. Austin took a deep breath and said slowly, do you know that the Queen met with me today to remind the Landau family that they are too close to the Moonlight Church? Really? I think the Landau family is closer to the Church of Nature. I am not that close. You and the High Priest of the Church of Nature even have a son. Besides, it was the Minister of Magic who asked me to get close to the High Priest of the Moonlight Church. I died for my country and completed the task brilliantly. If the Queen is dissatisfied, let her go to the Minister of Magic. Why go to me? An honest man deserves to be pointed at by a gun. Wayne became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Austin really couldn't listen anymore and regretted giving the task to Wayne. He should have known that the dark knights were weak and could not suppress the knights of nature /sun /moonlight /darkness /death /pale, especially when a group of knights wanted to be the head of a family. I have expressed the loyalty of the Landau family to the Queen. You are close to the High Priest of the Moonlight Church and represent the power of the Tulip family. This power belongs to the royal family. Austin once again made his position clear, and then said, as for you, my meaning is also very simple. I am the master of the Landau family. Austin, you will regret it? Wait until the day you regret it? Austin rolled his eyes at Wayne. Your ambition is as thin as the flesh and blood of the Death Knight. I can't understand why you have to make the royal family unhappy. What is your purpose? The training of me 6 in my early years was simply not human. What's the truth? The Queen started it first. If you are dissatisfied with the Queen, you can vent it on the princess. Why did you push me ahead of them? Austin was speechless. Look at what you did last night. You openly spread rumors and slandered the Queen's reputation. As the heir of the Tulip family, you stayed overnight at the home of the High Priest of the Moonlight Church. How do you want the Queen to see me and the Landau family? First of all, I didn't spread rumors or slander. You are indeed the Queen's ex-boyfriend, and you did go to the Ministry of Magic for a meeting late at night. Even if it involves spreading rumors, it is a reprinted gossip and has nothing to do with my subjective position. Wayne looked aggrieved. Secondly, you are the head of the Tulip family, and you have a higher status than the heir. Didn't you stay at the home of the High Priest of the Natural Church? You also married and had children. What qualifications do you have to say about me? Why, the head of the family can do it, but the heir can't. As expected of the head of the family, what a great official power. Austin was silent after hearing this. You are making a crooked argument. Just tell me if it's true or not. Austin waved his hand and skipped this ruthless topic. Recently, I have to show my loyalty to the Queen and mend the rift between the Landau family and the royal family. You are not suitable to participate, and future tasks will not be assigned to you. It sounds nice. I'm tough, and you're giving me sweet words. You still have the nerve to say that you are loyal. Wayne curled his lips. Austin was killing him and treating the Queen in all kinds of ways. Not to mention his grievances, just talking about what Austin did to the Queen, it was clearly bullying the orphan and widow, kicking the widow's door in the middle of the night. He will tell the teacher about this matter, and he will inevitably exaggerate and make Austin run away. Without the family's tasks, Wayne is happy to be free and continue his busy daily life. Don't ask, just ask, it's busy. For example, the High Priest Philomena touched Philomena's buttocks in public that night, which was equivalent to making the relationship between the two clear, so many side plots were generated. Philomena was overjoyed and rewarded Wayne heavily, which took time. Chris knew that the teacher and Wayne had a relationship, and she was depressed and needed comfort, which also took time. Chris knew, which meant that Veronica and Willie would know soon, and it would still take time to make arrangements in advance. In addition, there was a date with the secretary, with an angel on the left and a succubus on the right, and it would take time to balance the two. In addition, Wayne did find two new jobs for himself. One was to study the Princess Elizabeth. After Juno regained her freedom, she would send Elizabeth to the designated place every night. The latter was the concrete product of the semi-finished Philosopher's Stone, which was a combination of the three transformations of the Void Life, the Windsor Ministry of Magic, and the Papal States, plus the original legendary Wizards Foundation. It was a masterpiece of magic puppets and was of great research value. Because of her, Wayne got a lot of inspiration. His second job was doing research in a mental hospital. He was invited by Planck and is currently negotiating salary. Some time ago, Austin returned several forgotten in the secret base. He and Wayne covered it up one after another, but it still didn't hide it from Planck's eyes. The old man is an expert in studying forgotten and has rich experience. He can see at a glance that several forgotten have been used repeatedly. The surface is 90% new, but the inside is no longer useful. A long time ago, Planck began to invest in Wayne, adding positions again and again. He is one of the few transport captains who has not shed tears and blood on Wayne's road ahead. Planck has his own ideas. He hopes that Wayne's proto-body bloodline will prove his theory and point out a clear path for him. Putting aside his use and selfishness, he helped Wayne a lot. After receiving his call, Wayne met him at the old place. In the bar room, Mona stood behind Wayne. Planck sighed as usual, so similar, you and Austin are becoming more and more alike. He has a high priestess wife, and you are going to have one too. Even you know about this. Of course, the Ministry of Magic has spread it. As expected of the Landau family, they are experts in deceiving women. Planck was amazed. Austin has a secretary, and Wayne has one. Austin has a high priest, and Wayne has one too. Austin has a queen, and Wayne, will he have one too? Based on this statement, can we suspect that Wayne and the princess are having an affair? Le.jpg. Planck picked up the wine in front of him and drank it. After he finished drinking, he lowered his voice and said, "What's wrong with your family? Why is Austin no longer loyal as usual?" Planck, I don't know what you are talking about. Our Landau family has been loyal to the royal family for generations and is an absolute royalist. Wayne spoke righteously, and his serious look seemed to be guarding justice. The effect is average. Even Veronica can't be fooled by this, let alone the old fox Planck. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Tell me the truth, what is the Landau family going to do? Will they be tough to the end, or will they be tough first and then give in exchange for the greatest political benefits?" "Why do you care about this?" Wayne asked curiously. "Because we are also very dissatisfied with the Queen recently." "Oh, the Queen also swung the knife at the Ministry of Magic." Wayne became interested and asked Planck to elaborate on this part. "The Ministry of Magic is the Queen's Ministry of Magic. She is free to do what she wants. We are just workers. We work as hard as we get paid. We are not qualified to point fingers at her." Planck first explained the position of workers, and then changed the subject, but the Queen suddenly gave two vacant deputy ministerial positions to outsiders. This is her fault. Take me as an example. I have worked hard for so many years. Even if I have no credit, I have worked hard. Even if I have no hard work, I am tired. I still hope to become a deputy minister to get some mental damage compensation." Planck said a lot, observing Wayne's expression, trying to see something. Nothing was seen, so he couldn't help but emphasize his tone. "Wayne, you may not know that these two parachuted deputy ministers are from Frank. They are arrogant and rude, neither pragmatic nor reliable. They used tough measures as soon as they came up, and they put on a higher shelf than anyone else. Windsor and Frank have a century-old friendship, and even legendary wizards are not immune to it. Wayne translated Plank's words, and the two stinky outsiders came to London to beg for food. And they got it? Plank hasn't eaten this bowl of rice yet. Wayne secretly laughed and said meticulously, "You can't say that. I'm speaking impartially from the perspective of a passerby. After all, they are new here. If they want to establish their authority, they must be tough, which is understandable. But they are Franks. Everyone has advantages, except Franks. No, everyone has advantages, even Franks." "I don't think so," Plank complained repeatedly and kept observing Wayne. Seeing that he was unwilling to express his opinion, he asked again, "What do the Landau family think? What about the entire Tulip family? You might as well say it clearly. If there is a lack of tough voices, Bourne and I can speak for you. You two should study quantum mechanics." Wayne rolled his eyes and didn't say anything final. "To be honest, my attitude is tougher than Austin's, but he is the head of the family. I don't have the final say in the Landau family, at least not yet." "Then when will you become the head of the family?" "Ah, this." Wayne blinked, looking indignant. "Don't talk nonsense, the Landau family is a loving father and filial son. I will only support Austin, he is the head of the family." Plank was not very satisfied with the result of not asking, or only getting an ambiguous result. He regained his composure and said, "Wayne, I talked to you about the job of attending physician on the phone. How is it? Are you interested in working in Hongielen?" At this point, he looked Wayne up and down, and smiled meaningfully. "Let me guess, you are already a golden mage, right? What a coincidence, I just got promoted yesterday." "That's a coincidence." Plank smiled and narrowed his eyes slightly. "How is it, what did the 5 beliefs give you? Did your original body blood give you the ability to challenge the legendary mage at the golden mage stage?" "It's hard to say." Wayne shook his head. "As far as the current situation is concerned, he holds the 5 great artifacts, and it should be a legendary mage who challenges him." "Wayne, you're going too far. At least share some information." Plank was so greedy that he said, "You are a golden mage, and a golden mage of the Church of Nature. You can just replace Sydney. Believe me, even the crazy forgotten have a lot of valuable knowledge. It's worth it for you to accept this job." Wayne really meant it. He was addicted to research and could speed up the evolution. He agreed to this job where clocking in and out depends on the mood of the attending physician. "Also, as a way to share information, I have a big secret of the Red Leaf Forest. Are you interested?" Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 304. The Red Leaf Forest Lunatic Asylum is located in the northwest of the outskirts of London. After driving out of the city highway and turning into the tree-lined path, you can see the towering walls of the lunatic asylum after 50 kilometers. The 4 watchtowers are equipped with night searchlights and hang a sign of a military restricted area. The defense is extremely tight. There are 3 checkpoints for identity inspection alone. Each level must strictly check the vehicles entering and leaving, such as the trunk and chassis, to prevent the possibility of patients escaping. Speaking of which, it is easy for a magician to become a forgotten. Just learn more and break your own balance. It is difficult to become a normal magician from a forgotten. Therefore, there are more people entering the Red Leaf Forest Lunatic Asylum than leaving it, and there are few successful treatment cases. Even if they are cured, they will not be accepted by other magicians because of the patient's previous record, and can only find a job in the lunatic asylum to continue staying. In the past, when the Father Church was at its peak, the Red Leaf Forest Lunatic Asylum was a heresy inquisition under the Windsor Division, and the Church had the final say on who was crazy and who was not. It is difficult to say whether this unspoken rule has been passed down to this day. It is conceivable that for a normal magician, what the Red Leaf Forest Lunatic Asylum represents. This is a taboo. Receiving a flyer from the lunatic asylum is more terrifying than the tax department coming to the door. Wayne drove to the Red Leaf Forest Lunatic Asylum, and what he saw was an ancient castle surrounded by dense forests. There were 8 floors deep underground, and a large number of forgotten who had lost their minds were detained. Behind the castle, there are continuous wooden villas for doctors, nurses and other staff to live in. The Red Leaf Forest Lunatic Asylum is now owned by the Windsor Ministry of Magic, but due to its unique value, the lunatic asylum does not completely belong to Windsor. Several other churches have the right to appoint attending physicians. As the dean and a legendary wizard, Planck manages this group of golden wizards on behalf of Windsor. In order to welcome the new colleagues today, he specially held a small meeting to introduce future colleagues to Wayne. This is the attending physician Brandon, from the Church of the Sun. Attending physician Channing, from the Church of Moonlight. Head nurse Laurie, a nun from the Heavenly Father Church. Planck introduced them one by one, and Wayne also shook hands continuously. Speaking of it, these can be regarded as his own people, but because of the special nature of the Red Leaf Forest, several golden wizards do not participate in the internal affairs of their respective churches. Sydney was an exception before. The Church of Nature was the only one in Windsor and maintained a good relationship with the royal family. In addition, Sydney's teacher, the Lord of the Void Marshal, had a lot of connections in London when he was not crazy. In short, although the Red Leaf Forest Lunatic Asylum is not owned by the Windsor Ministry of Magic, it holds the power of personnel dispatch, and Planck can speak loudly here. After the short meeting, several gold mages returned to their respective posts. They rarely left the asylum and had little contact with the outside world, so they didn't know Wayne. Take Channing, the attending physician of the Moonlight Church, for example. All the silver mages with some connections knew that a guy named Wayne had slept with the high priest. Channing was a gold mage and didn't know about it. The others were the same. They didn't care about Wayne's identity and background. They only welcomed the arrival of the new colleague. They were very perfunctory and didn't even think about exchanging contact information. Wayne saw it and seriously suspected that this group of people were on the verge of mental breakdown. They were about to fall into madness after contacting too many forgotten people. He glanced at Planck and suspected that the old guy had done something. Planck has been studying the forgotten, and the fallen golden mage is undoubtedly the best experimental subject. Wayne, before, Austin borrowed a few patients from me. After returning them, these patients all showed abnormalities. Do you know what Austin is doing? I don't know. He is the head of the family. He can do whatever he wants. He doesn't need to report to me. Wayne shrugged. Forget it, it doesn't matter anyway. Planck said this and took Wayne to the nurse station on the first floor of the castle. He pointed to one of the blonde girls and said happily, a nun from the Heavenly Father Church. According to gossip, she is the illegitimate daughter of a bishop. Isn't it incredible that she doesn't like little boys and can become a bishop? After that, he laughed again. Wayne didn't laugh. This hell joke has long been outdated. The devil is too lazy to use little boys to attack clergy because he can't laugh. It's because I don't fit in and I'm afraid of being excluded, so I can only be an illegitimate daughter. Wayne complained, then said, Planck, you said you had a big secret to share, so I came to work in Hong Ellen. If this is the big secret, he can only say it's a joke. Planck looked at Wayne. His stiff beard and unkempt white coat made him look particularly funny. When he changed into a hospital gown, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was an old lunatic. At this time, Planck's expression was particularly solemn, as if it was time to show his cards. Wayne, you are already a golden wizard, your strength makes you not afraid of legendary wizards, my ancient silver coins are all in your hands, don't you plan to share your secrets? Planck wanted to know what Wayne saw and what he got, and whether he could learn from Wayne. In the past, Wayne played tricks on him, and he didn't care and never exposed him. Not now. Wayne has gained a sense of security, but relatively speaking, his sense of security is getting less and less. It is the best time to confess to each other while everyone is on equal footing. Plank, what do you want to know? To be precise, I don't want to know what I should know. I only have one idea, which is a very vague concept: balance. Planck changed to a more popular phrase. He was familiar with the great prophet to be at the headquarters of the Church of Nature. Inspired by the great prophet, he was very interested in the way of natural balance. Also inspired by Tooby, he learned that the original Life Alliance had 5 major beliefs. These 5 beliefs together represent life. Nature and death are opposites, light and darkness are opposites, and they form a whole, life. The current Life Alliance cannot represent life. Without the opposites, believers can hardly get a complete life even if they practice 3 kinds of faith magic. Planck practiced a lot of beliefs for this reason. The more knowledge he mastered, the more ignorant he felt. In order to stabilize his own balance, and because of strong desires, he believed in everything a little bit. He is probably the legendary wizard with the most chaotic beliefs in the Free Mage Alliance. Planck deeply realized that his road had come to an end. If he continued to study, the balance in his body would collapse, and he would become the next Marshall. Marshall found himself for unknown reasons. Planck did not think he had such luck, so he stopped studying and placed the possibility of proving the theory on Wayne. Nature, sun, moonlight, darkness, death. Planck provided all the knowledge related to faith, as well as ancient silver coins. Now it was time to get back the investment income. Wayne looked strange. Planck's faith knowledge was replaced by the artifact of the chosen knight, and the ancient silver coins were replaced by the obelisk and the ancient silver coins of Orb. He had investment, but it was not sole investment, and he did not account for the majority. He suddenly asked for income. It was not impossible. Planck's ancient silver coins were indeed very useful in the early stage, helping him to successfully pass the Silver Cross stage. This is not the place to talk. Wayne thought about it and decided to return Planck's income according to the percentage of investment. Planck's eyes were full of joy, and he quickly led the way and took Wayne to the most dangerous 8th floor of the entire Red Leaf Forest madhouse. The most dangerous place is the safest place, no problem. Moreover, the 8th floor is also the secret he is going to exchange. The Red Leaf Forest Castle is 8 stories deep underground. It was designed and built by the former Heavenly Father Church. The wealthy clergy spent a lot of money to build this wonder. Each floor is extremely spacious, like an independent space. Looking up, you can see the sky, the tilted land and ocean, and the boundless starry sky and universe. Although it is a magical creation, it is lifelike enough to be mistaken for the real thing. Moreover, Wayne also smelled different law information on different celestial domes. He asked curiously, Planck, was the Red Leaf Forest really built by the Heavenly Father Church? Yes, at that time, the Heavenly Father Church swept across the chosen continent. God was the Heavenly Father, and there was only the Heavenly Father. What you see are all the spoils of the Heavenly Father Church, Planck murmured. Just looking at the tip of the iceberg of the Red Leaf Forest Lunatic Asylum, you can imagine how glorious the Heavenly Father Church once was. Wayne also thought that the Pope's country was rich, but the priest only gave the reincarnated angel a holy spear of heaven and a sexy pendant, which was really stingy. Pure passers-by, impartial, this matter was not authentic. I hope it will be corrected as soon as possible. The two went deep into the underground of the castle and quickly reached the lower level through the portal. When they came to the 6th floor, the living environment of the patients was not so optimistic. The gorgeous sky no longer existed, replaced by cold stone walls, narrow vents and sporadic magic stones injected vitality and faint light into this place, and the heavy and depressing atmosphere was within reach. The morbid pale light lingered in the air, making the surrounding shadows more profound. There was no clear ward or small dark room here, and the stone walls twisted and extended, symbolizing the twisted mental maze of the forgotten. There is a damp and musty smell everywhere, occasionally accompanied by the heart-pounding sound of iron chains, and the eerie whispers emanating from the depths of the maze. Walking here, every second is torture. Starting from the 6th floor, the attending physicians can only enter in pairs with my permission. The forgotten here can no longer be saved. They have strong desires and will devour each other. They are called void wanderers in the magic world. They use themselves as the source of pollution, and drag the host into chaos through parasitism. They devour and merge with each other, becoming more crazy. The wanderer's pollution ability is extremely strong, second only to the knowledge of the void and the flesh and blood of the star beast. The silver wizard cannot resist their parasitic attack method. Only the life barrier of the gold wizard has this qualification. Planck explained one by one. He studied the forgotten, and Bond studied the star beast. There is a certain connection between their research. They often exchange experiences, so they are very close. Wayne, the magic world calls the forgotten and the wanderers life forms that evolved incorrectly. Bond and I disagree. The wanderers still have the possibility of evolution. They can evolve into space beasts. This is an evolutionary route with a clear goal. Because the conditions are harsh and no one has discovered it yet, there are few successful cases, so it is mistakenly judged as a failed evolutionary route. When talking about his own research, Planck is more like an old madman, which also confirms Wayne's idea that legendary wizards are more or less crazy. Senna is like this, Philomena is also like this. If you have to say something normal, Wayne can only name one. Anastasia, the saint of the Dark Church. The black-skinned elf has a strong sense of responsibility, is not afraid of sacrifice, sticks to his beliefs and dares to face the bleak life. His high moral standards make him one of the few people who let Wayne avoid the edge temporarily. Mura and Leo, the two chosen knights, were addicted to playing cards and were somewhat involved in the evil gambling drug, so they could not compete with the dark-skinned elder sister. Delane was even worse, with an incredibly thick skin, which wasted her icy face. The two continued to go deeper. The 7th floor of the Red Leaf Forest bunker was a dark place, which was very similar to the dark area created by the Golden Mage with his mind. Planck explained, on the 6th floor, we allow wanderers to devour each other, and by studying their changes, we can find the possibility of this evolutionary path. There is nothing on the 7th floor. It exists for only one purpose, to isolate the connection between the 6 floors above and the 8th floor. Planck raised his eyebrows and was very proud. No one can enter the 8th floor except me, the dean. Although I get a salary from the Ministry of Magic, I actually have contact with the Papal States, and they have to pay me regularly. Because this lunatic asylum was built by the Heavenly Father Church, the 8th floor hides their big secret. The situation is more complicated. It was built by the Heavenly Father Church, but it used the faith magic of many churches, which not only represents the secrets of the Heavenly Father Church. After arriving at the 8th floor, Planck stopped riddling people and said bluntly, the Heavenly Father Church has several heresy inquisitions similar to the Red Leaf Forest lunatic asylum in the chosen continent. Each place is supervised by a legendary wizard, not to guard the forgotten, but this door on the 8th floor. As Planck pointed forward, the great secret of the 8th floor showed its true appearance to Wayne. This is a dark gate about a kilometer high, embedded in the dark space, with 4 sides tightly closed, and no mechanism to open it can be found. Around the gate, the darkness is like thick ink, swallowing up all light and sound. In this boundless darkness, the gate looks particularly tall and heavy, with scratches, rust and gnaw marks on the surface. The miserable appearance of the rotten leaves leaking air, as if it would break with a jump, made Wayne feel very uncomfortable. Obsessive-compulsive disorder means it is very uncomfortable, either broken or not broken. It is really disgusting to be neither up nor down. You break it? Planck, what is behind the door? Skeleton restricted area. Planck said solemnly, the land of the forgotten, also known as the forgotten prison. Wayne raised his eyebrows. He seemed to have heard of this place name somewhere. If I remember correctly, Austin once said that when Orb rebelled, he cast a projection barrier on the headquarters of the Ministry of Magic, and the projected space was the forgotten prison. Wayne has experienced many projection spaces, including the inner world of the mirror space, the land of the ancient gods, and the life force field of the legendary wizard, which can also be regarded as part of the projection of the void. Each one is extremely dangerous. Especially the land of the ancient gods, without the divine power of the chosen knight, it is useless to go there. In other words, a plane does not have enough strength and foundation, and is not worthy of being projected to the chosen continent. Planck looked at the gate with confidence. This is why he and Bourne firmly believe that the evolutionary route of the forgotten, wanderer, star beast is correct. The skeleton forbidden zone is strong enough to support an evolutionary path. Planck, are all the people imprisoned in the forgotten prison forgotten? Well, it's a place of exile, dedicated to imprisoning insane people who cannot be saved. It's also a refuge, giving these insane people time to calm down and sober up. Maybe they will become normal after going crazy. Planck stroked his stiff beard. This is what the Vatican said. The Forgotten Land was created by several demigods, or perhaps more powerful angels. Out of pity, they provided a habitat for the homeless forgotten. But according to my research, these are all lies. The Vatican deliberately distorted the facts. This prison is clearly an experimental base of heaven. They are also studying void life. Wayne paused when he heard this, thinking of the strange-looking angels and their huge number. Don't say it, it is indeed possible. How is it, is the secret exciting? Planck winked, heaven also covets the power of the void. The truly eternal and great life has always been in the void, not the angels boasted by the Heavenly Father Church. Wayne. This is not a secret. He knew a long time ago that only the ancient gods are at the top of the evolutionary pyramid. Rather than saying that heaven covets the life of the void, it is better to say that heaven covets the body of the ancient gods. Thinking of this, Wayne changed his previous speculation that the Heavenly Father is equal to the ancient gods to an inequality sign. If the Heavenly Father is really an ancient god, heaven would not study the forgotten ones, and would just study the Heavenly Father directly. The land of the forgotten ones was built by the Heavenly Father, and the Heavenly Father Church regularly stuffed people in it for the angels under the Heavenly Father to study. The Heavenly Father is not an ancient god, but he also covets the body of the ancient god? Of course, there is another possibility. The Heavenly Father is indeed an ancient god. When he lies down, the angels have no courage to study, so they can only find another way, pile up data through experiments, and test all kinds of knowledge and possibilities given by faith. Thinking of this, Wayne suddenly became excited. He has been persisting in research recently, which shows that the idea that research equals evolution is correct. The more secrets he knows, the more ignorant he is about this world. His horizons are broadened again, and he has a new understanding of this magnificent world. He can't wait to look down at the beautiful scenery in the fog. Struggle, desire, confusion. The countless rivers of evolution in which all living beings sink and float, and they don't know where to go or where to return. Only by praying and getting a response can they reach the other side. Huh. Wayne calmed down in an instant and immediately broke out in a sweat. Unfortunately, the side effects of the fierce confrontation with Togigoyi appeared. His thoughts were too inhumane, like an ancient god who handed out candy to the destined people. Togigoyi, if you're not familiar with it, don't bother me. It has nothing to do with me. Planck looked at Wayne eagerly. After all the secrets that needed to be said and shared, it was Wayne's turn to show what he had seen and heard. Wayne readily transformed into a perfect elf, and the perfect balance of blending into nature made Planck fascinated, but I always feel like something is missing. If this was the answer he had been longing for, it would be too low level. Planck, this is just the beginning. 5 beliefs constitute the skeleton of life, without corresponding flesh and blood bags, and the energy that makes the heart beat. Wayne said bluntly, life is too huge. The original Life Alliance was far more than just 5 gods. There are more. These gods fell in the battle of fate and were deprived of their names. The losers cannot leave their names. We have to find them out. Come, have some pie. After being promoted to Golden Mage, Wayne had no shortage of fellow members of the 4 elements and decided to start with the storm and thunder stored in the obelisk. If that's not enough, the fallen gods are not just storm and thunder, there are many more. It would be too hard for him to find it by himself, and he hoped that Gangplank would also move. Real life. Plank's scalp felt numb when he heard it, and Wayne gave him 2 mouthfuls of chicken soup. He felt that it was salty, and so was the cake, with a rancid smell that really hit his head. He felt that there were too many real lives, and even if he could find them, he would not be able to grasp them all. Instead of working hard and risking losing his balance, it would be better to find them and hand them over to Wayne, and then. Wait a minute, this guy won't use me as a gunman, right? The two stared at each other, and Gangplank stared so hard that his beard stood up. In the darkness, the dilapidated gate was rippled by the breeze. This pale cold wind was limited to the land of the forgotten behind the gate and did not blow into the gods' chosen continent. In the wind, the figure riding the white horse is hazy like mist. Life. Fragile. It's night. The royal resort in the countryside of London. The figure in black robe looked into the distance, his cold eyes flashing with a struggling look, wanting to get close, but afraid of getting too close. He wanted to escape, but he had to get closer. Your Majesty the Holy Lady, your late night visit has disturbed your rest. Douglas arrived at the appointed time, 5 minutes early and very punctual. Anastasia shook her head slightly to dispel the helplessness in her heart, and said calmly, Baron Chemo, I remember you said that it is best not to meet in person now. Is there anything that cannot be said over the phone? Regarding the future of the Dark Church, the Queen believes that it is safer to make it clear in person. Douglas explained the potential risks. The Queen allows the Dark Church to develop in London, but in exchange, the Queen hopes that the Dark Church will fight against the Life Alliance. This is what we said from the beginning. Why do we need to mention it again? Are there any difficult enemies? Not an enemy, just a disobedient retainer. Douglas said, there is a Landau family in the Tulip family. The head of the family, Austin, and the heir, Wayne, are respectively involved with the High Priest of the Natural Church and the High Priest of the Moonlight Church. For the sake of balance, the Queen hopes that Her Excellency the Holy Lady can stand by then. Come out. Your Majesty the Saint. I understand, these are not issues. Anastasia glanced at Douglas helplessly and secretly thought that he had found the right person. Baron Chemo, is it difficult to deal with the Landau family? It's actually not difficult, but the Queen is too kind. She doesn't want to use the most cruel means to suppress the Tulip family. Douglas was unhappy and did not show it. He explained his advantage to Anastasia. A long time ago, the Queen and the Death Knight reached an alliance. The Queen hopes that you can find the Dark Knight of London, and then gather the 2 great gods if you choose. The pressure of facing the Life Alliance will be much less. Not to mention the Life Alliance, when the Pope comes to London, he has to toast the Queen at the banquet. This is sure. Your Majesty the Saint. I try my best. I am just a lost person who serves my faith. My status is much lower than that of the Lord Knight. Even if I find him, I can't order him. Anastasia sighed slightly. The Queen has such a good eye for selecting allies. Heeding her advice, instead of continuing to test, it is better to be more cheerful and skip to the end to send the crown to the Landau family. There are so many nights over there that you can't even count them on one hand. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 305. West District Cemetery. The cemetery is filled with thick fog, sometimes flowing silently, like the soul of the dead, lingering on the grave and unwilling to leave, and sometimes solidifying like time standing still, hiding the tombstones, trees, and the surrounding shadows. The moonlight tonight is pale and weak, penetrating the sparse clouds, but it cannot penetrate the thick fog in the cemetery. The dead land is dark and dim. Occasionally, there is wind, and the invisible big hand drives the fog to linger, making a long whistle like the sigh of the dead. The West District Cemetery is the sleeping place of the Death Knight. In the magic circle of London, this is not a secret. Anyone who is not a dead magician has heard of it more or less. Because of the Death Knight, the cemetery is inevitably contaminated with the breath of death. The branches and leaves of the grass and trees are drooping, and they are listless as if the vitality has been sucked out of the body. Occasionally, the strange cry of an owl makes visitors who visit here late at night feel uneasy. Douglas stepped through the fog. It was helpless for him to come alone tonight. He wanted to bring some people with him, such as Anastasia, the saint of the Dark Church. He was rejected. The saint said that although the Dark Church had a good relationship with the Death Church, she had no say in front of the Death Knight outside the independent Church of the Chosen Knights. It was the same whether she went or not. If you have this time, you might as well go to the Dark Knight. The saint's statement cannot be said to be full of loopholes, but it is definitely untenable. Douglas understood the reason after a little thought. Anastasia was willing to cooperate with the royal family in order to develop the Dark Church and fight against the Life Alliance for the future of the Church. She was an ally, not a worker. Convincing the Death Knight was not within the obligations of the ally that was the royal family's concern. Anastasia, it's best if you think so. To be honest, Douglas was a little panicked when he went to the meeting alone, especially in the environment of the West District Cemetery. The unknown fog intertwined life and death, forming an illusory and strange space. This is the territory of the Death Knight. Once you enter this place, life and death are under the control of the Death Knight. It is not pleasant to put the decision of life and death in the hands of others. No wonder Anastasia is unwilling to come here. This oppressive feeling is too disgusting. Douglas thought so, and heard the sound of wings flapping. His back felt cold, and he felt a chill rushing from the solace of his feet to the back of his neck. On a tree not far away, there was a rotten skeleton bird squatting. Two balls of ghost fire were jumping in its round eyes. Owl. Due to the pollution of the air of death, it became an undead life. Based on the information at hand, Douglas guessed that this owl was the one next to the Death Knight. If nothing unexpected happened, the thick fog covering the cemetery should also come from the Death Knight's beloved dog. Regarding the Death Knight, the royal family has collected a lot of information, such as the Dawn Detective Agency, the law firm, and the undead police officers who shuttled through the Thame River every night. Before visiting the West District Cemetery, Douglas first found Avio at the Dawn Detective Agency and contacted the Death Knight through him, and then reached an appointment for tonight. Snap! 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 The sound of horse hooves hitting the ground suddenly sounded, and a vigorous undead warhorse stepped out of the dark portal. The warhorse was wearing a saddle and reins, with cold light wrapped around bones, a mouth full of canine teeth, black smoke curling around the head, and purple magic flames spewing from the mouth and nose. On the horse's back, there was a knight's sword with a scabbard of bones, and at the end of the hilt, the ruby emitted an evil scarlet light. Douglas was blinded by the red light, and a desire suddenly arose in his heart. The Death Knight's sword Shadow Nightmare, the legendary artifact given to the knight by the goddess of death, as long as he could pull out this sword, it meant that he had obtained the approval of the goddess of death. This sword symbolizes the supreme divine power of death in the world. Douglas was too eager for power. As a golden wizard, his magic attainments were neither high nor low. He was considered a master away from London, but nothing in London. If I could get this sword, the Tulip family would not have the courage to disobey, and those bastards in the Ministry of Magic would have to obey obediently, not to mention the damned Austen, even Sophia. Douglas took a deep breath and suppressed his desire with the love between husband and wife. His pursuit was to rule Windsor with the Queen, not to become the king. The fog ahead gradually thinned. The undead warhorse Yulia came to a tombstone without words, touched the ground with her horse's hooves, and rubbed it on the tombstone with her head down. On the side, it was Abio who introduced Douglas. He touched his chest with one hand and bowed to greet his master. The undead vicious dog came through the thick fog. Cuckoo! The owl flapped its leaky wings and landed steadily on the saddle. As the messenger of the sun goddess, Axu had become accustomed to her current identity. Wayne is the Death Knight, the enemy of the Church of the Sun, and the successor of the Sun Knight, the next Sun Knight, the god's chosen one personally picked by the goddess. The Death Knight can be equal to the Sun Knight. I can't figure it out, I really can't figure it out. In this case, why not just start, isn't the rat strips and rat slices delicious? Axu doesn't understand, but since it is the choice of the goddess, what qualifications does it have to point fingers? Just like Valkyrie said, the goddess has already chosen Wayne. First, the goddess's messenger came to Wayne, and then the female knight came to teach him the dragon-slaying swordsmanship, and finally went to the frozen continent to resolve the crisis, and completely won the recognition of the Dawn proverbs. According to this statement, Wayne is really the Sun Knight, and the Sun Goddess has already prepared the script, and everything is arranged by fate. Whether the Sun Knight has chivalry is not important, the choice of the Sun Goddess is important. Even the stubborn Valkyrie lies flat, let alone Axu, who can stand on her head, let alone lie flat. Now she has learned dog language from Aubin. Boom. The cold and damp soil rolled up, and the coffin made of bones rose from the ground, overturning the tombstone without words, and stood in the center of the West District Cemetery. The Death Knight woke up from his slumber. Douglas put one hand on his chest and bowed slightly to show respect. He came on behalf of the Queen, so he could not be humble or arrogant, and he had to be polite. He. Wayne kicked open his coffin and walked out with a hearty laugh. The shattered cloak of death fluttered, and the skull head surrounded by black mist jumped with two white lights. Baron Chemo, right? Welcome to the West District Cemetery. Abio has already told me why you are here. The Queen wants to change the middleman. You will be responsible for contacting me in the future, right? Great Death Knight, Chemo represents Windsor and the Queen, and sends you the most sincere greetings. Chemo slowly stood up, and his heart trembled slightly when he looked directly at the light spot of the skull. The Death Knight did not show any power, but he still felt a strong pressure, and couldn't help but desire for powerful power again. Okay, there is no need to talk about the Queen's sincerity. My cooperation with her is still pleasant so far. Well, she was very happy when she settled the bill. Wayne laughed strangely. Chemo felt relieved when he heard this. The Death Knight was easier to talk to than he thought, and there was no arrogance and unreasonableness as reported by Austen. Sir Knight, I am visiting you tonight to meet you and confirm the future contact person, and also... Wait a minute. Wayne interrupted directly, laughing strangely. Where is Austen? Where is the black-haired man from the Landau family? Why did you suddenly change the contact person? This. Although I don't like Austen very much, I always think he is insidious and cunning and a complete bad guy, but I hate change even more, and... The white light in Wayne's skull eye sockets was beating violently, and he has an interesting soul. When we first met, I decided to harvest his soul. You can't do that. Boring souls are all the same. There is nothing about you that attracts me. Being evaluated as inferior to Austen by the Death Knight made Douglas very upset. He said directly, "Sir Knight, you are right. Austen is despicable, harboring evil intentions, confusing right and wrong, hypocritical and mean." When the Queen checked the accounts, she found that he borrowed the identity of the middle contact and asked for a large amount of magic materials in your name to line his pockets. Are you practicing sentence expansion here? Who are you? You are just a baron, and a foreigner. What qualifications do you have to evaluate Austen like this? Although you are right? Wayne tilted his head and laughed. Interesting, you seem to be very dissatisfied with Austen. No, it's the Queen who is very dissatisfied with him. What do you mean? The Queen wants to change her lover because of the sex problems, and it's your turn to take the position. How can you, a skeleton, speak so flesh and blood? Douglas was very angry. The damn rumors and gossip were all spread to the Death Knight. Is there no end to it? Don't get me wrong, these words were not said by Austen. He really didn't say that he slept with the Queen, and that he had an illegitimate daughter of the princess, and the prince might have also. Wayne started to throw dirty water, not missing any opportunity to blacken Austen. These words were said by the citizens of London who went to the grave. The gossip about the Queen and Austen often cost a pack of cigarettes. The performance of the Death Knight proved that everyone has a gossipy heart, and the skeleton is no exception. Because he is a skeleton, his words are particularly explicit, and Douglas's face turned green. Austen is indeed a bastard, but the Queen is pure and innocent, well, at least pure and innocent after marriage. He is very sure that Elizabeth is his biological daughter. These are all rumors and cannot deceive him. Wayne is still talking. Douglas is furious, but he can't show it, so he lowers his head and endures it. You seem to have some feelings for the Queen. Are you the Queen's licker? Wayne changed the subject. No wonder you don't like Austen, it's because of love. But why are you angry? Austen is the Queen's ex-boyfriend, he came first, and it was his turn to be the prince after he passed the level. As for you, well, you and Austen are a bit similar. Maybe this is why the Queen chose you to replace Austen as the contact person. He. Puff. XN. At this moment, the Death Knight did not use a sword, but a submachine gun, and a volley of bullets was fired, and Douglas caught them all. It can only be said that although the two were not on the same channel, the process was all wrong, but the result was all right. Douglas had a very poor sense of substitution and became more and more annoyed with Austen's ugly face. Wake up, the Queen's skin is nice, but as someone who has been through it, I advise you to give up. Wayne said faintly, the so-called beauty is just a skeleton in the end. For me, I only like skinny beauties. Yulia poked her head out and knew that her master liked her. The topic of quitting sex was very convincing when it came out of the Death Knight's mouth, but Douglas didn't want to hear it, so he took the opportunity to move the topic back to the right track. Sir Knight, Austen deceived the Queen and you, and made a lot of money by using the identity of a contact person. He was unfaithful to the Queen and unfaithful to you, so I replaced him, that's all. Seeing that the Death Knight remained silent, Douglas breathed a sigh of relief and continued, I have another mission here. The Queen is ready with sincerity. I hope you can show up at the critical moment as an ally of the Queen. Oh, what is the Queen going to do? Wayne became interested. Speak directly. I don't like people like Austen who only speak half the words. Don't worry, the cooperation with the Queen was very pleasant before. I also promised that the more similar cooperation, the better. Lord Knight, the war sweeping the world has broken out. The situation in Windsor is not ideal. The Alliance of Life and the Holy Father are pressing forward step by step. The Church of Death. Okay, you are more hypocritical than Austen. Wayne smiled contemptuously. I just said, what the Queen wants to do, just say it directly. Don't think about me from my perspective. The Death Church makes you understand the goddess very well. My Lord Knight is right. The strong have the privileges of the strong. If the strong does not follow the routine, it is the standard routine. Douglas has no choice but to follow the Death Knight's routine. In addition, the Death Knight never leaves Alston, which is really weird. What is so good about Alston and why everyone who has met him can never forget him? It was obviously a conversation between two people, but there was always the presence of his ex, and Douglas felt uncomfortable all over. Sir Knight, the Queen is preparing to gather her delegated powers and prepare in advance for war, the Life Alliance and the Heavenly Father Church. Those tulip families who have gained power are accumulating the strength to fight back. I hope you can show up as an ally. Who is the tulip family? I need to take action. Wayne said playfully, if the Queen doesn't even have this ability, don't even think about fighting against the Life Alliance or even the Holy See. It will only drag the country into the abyss. No, you misunderstood, it's just a tulip family. Since the Queen dares to delegate power, she can naturally take it back at any time. Douglas said, the problem is that the Church, the Life Alliance and the tulip family have a close relationship, and their interests are intricately entangled. If the Queen wants to uproot the tulip family, it will inevitably touch the core interests of the Church, so your power is needed. It makes sense, go on. Please rest assured that the Queen has no intention of borrowing the sharp blade in your hand. All she needs to do is show up as an ally. It's very easy. Douglas pursed his lips and emphasized the power of the royal family in front of his allies. The Queen has made contact with the Dark Church. The Saint of the Dark Church is in London. Soon, the Dark Knight will also launch an encirclement and suppression of the Life Alliance and the Holy See of Heavenly Father. What did you just say? Wayne, Dan. Wayne rubbed his head. The explosion of information in just one sentence made him feel a little confused. There are too many flaws, where should he start? Let's talk about the Saint of the Dark Church first. Anastasia has come to London. What is she doing here? She can't bear it anymore and is ready to imitate Senna and walk around without food? How is this possible? She is the Saint of the Dark Church, the carrier of the Dark Goddess to the world, and she needs to maintain a pure body. Just come, why don't you come to the door with a gift? What do you mean by avoiding it? Can you still bear it? If so, that's great. Wayne did not complain that Anastasia cooperated with the Queen and suppressed the Tulip family and the Church on behalf of the Dark Church. Without him, he believed in his pollution ability, and Anastasia would not and could not betray him. In doing so, 80% of them are preparing to stab someone in the back at a critical moment, offering a gift called loyalty to their beliefs. Tisk, the Queen is so miserable. As for forming an alliance with the Death Knight and the Dark Knight to encircle and suppress the Tulip family, Wayne will not complain about this. The Queen is not omniscient and omnipotent, and it is normal to be full of fantasies about the world. Speaking of which, what will happen when the Queen has high hopes for her death and the two Dark Knights rush into Landau Manor? 1 second he rushed into the door with great vigor, and the next second he was kneeling at the door. One was pushed to the ground by Sci-fi and beaten, and the other was chased and beaten by Veronica. Yulia and Aubin were trembling, but where was Megan, calling you to stop fighting? How interesting. Wayne was eager to try and couldn't help but hold back a big one for the Queen. Unexpectedly, the Landau family's version is different from the outside. The two divinely chosen knights can only be submissive when faced with the Landau family's evil dragon. The dragon always strikes hard, and no knight is domineering. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became, feeling that this is how it should be played. Having said that, do you want to go back and tell Lao Deng? Forget it, the old guy is obsessed with his ex-girlfriend, tell him tonight, and the Queen who will be dripping with sweat tomorrow night will know everything. That's not right, Austin couldn't tell the Queen the night's secret. In order to keep the secret, he didn't even care about the princess's life or death. This wave can be said. Austin, don't you want to be loyal? Now I'll give you a chance to be loyal. Ja. Wayne laughed loudly, it's so interesting. I'm looking forward to it, very much looking forward to working with the Dark Knight to kill the heretics of the Life Alliance. Just thinking about it makes all the bones in my body tremble. The Death Knight is somewhat maniacal, fitting Douglas's religious stereotypes. He didn't understand what to expect from working with the Dark Knight, but it was better to be crazy than the gossip who just said that his wife had been slept with by Austin. Lord Knight, do you agree? Of course, why should I refuse? Arrange it as soon as possible. Make a plan boldly. Don't be afraid of things getting out of hand. If something goes wrong, I, the Death Knight, will take care of it. Wayne couldn't wait to say, the sooner the better. My shadow nightmare is already thirsty and eager to drink the blood of the Tulip family. The Death Knight was shameless and didn't change his expression, but his excited tone didn't seem fake. He was really eager and looking forward to it. Douglas's heart was completely relieved, saying that the Queen would make arrangements as soon as possible, and the Death Knight would soon be able to surround the Tulip family. Wait a minute, don't leave yet. Wayne stopped Douglas, who was about to leave, and said playfully, did Austin mention my hobby in the report he gave to the Queen? Douglas had a string of question marks floating across his head. Austin did submit a mission report. He had read it. In the report, Austin gave a very bad evaluation of the Death Knight and repeatedly emphasized the arrogance and unreasonableness. Austin didn't say what kind of unreasonableness it was. Douglas thought that the Death Knight was just gossipy before, but now it seems that there should be something else. Wayne's words shocked Douglas and frightened him to death. Every time Austin came to see me, after the discussion, he would stick out his big ass and wait for my favor. You inherited his identity as a contact person, so you should be the same as him. Douglas took a breath. One breath was not enough, so he took two more. Never expected that the Death Knight from Paris would be infected with local bad habits in less than 2 years after arriving in London. But even if he could stick out his ass, would the Death Knight have that ability? There's no bones in that. What are you still standing there for? Turn around. Wayne sneered repeatedly. Seeing Douglas hesitating, he said disdainfully, you can't even stick out your ass, how can you say loyalty? You are far worse than Austin. Douglas was furious. He could say other things, but he couldn't say that he was not as good as Austin. He gritted his teeth, stamped his feet, turned around and bent down. Seeing his fearless look, he was ready to offer a wreath to death. Not bad, the arc is comparable to Austin, no wonder the Queen chose you to take over. He hated being Austin's substitute. Wayne was not interested in Douglas's butt, and it would be better if he replaced it with Austin. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and Yulia's nose spurted purple flames, and came behind Douglas. Hearing the sound of horse hooves, Douglas was so scared that his face turned purple. He was a prince and had ridden more good horses than ordinary people. He knew that this thing was not something that ordinary ladies could challenge. However, I didn't expect that Austin, who looked like a dog, was also a transparent person. Douglas' legs trembled, and he insisted on not running away. He wanted to prove that he was stronger than Austin, and what Austin could do, he could do, or even better. Bang! Yulia kicked back, and Douglas had 2 more horse hoof prints on his buttocks. He flew into the air with a confused look on his face. The whistling wind and the arrogant laughter of the Death Knight in his ears made his tense heart relax, and then he felt the pain deep in his bones. His butt hurts. His heart hurts even more. The Death Knight did it on purpose, playing with his self-esteem, and at the moment when he was in a very ugly state, he ruthlessly threw him to the ground and trampled on him. Douglas understood the reason for the bad comments in Austin's report. It didn't count before, but this time he recognized Austin very much. The Death Knight was arrogant and unreasonable, just a bastard. Baron, arrange the plan as soon as possible. ABO will wait for you at the detective agency every night. Don't keep me waiting. As for the price, I will talk to the Queen slowly after the matter is done. If it's interesting, it's free this time. Yulia kicked something dirty, and came to Wayne to seek comfort. The latter stroked the horse's head and murmured, "Free is the most expensive." His thoughts flashed, and he looked into the distance with a voice transmission. "Anastasia, come see me. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment." Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 306. After Douglas left, the figure in black robe came to the West End Cemetery. Arriving at the center of the Western District Cemetery, the woman took off the black hood that obscured her face. She has a high nose, rosy lips, fair and delicate skin as pure as snowflakes, and dazzling red hair. Anastasia. The black-skinned female elf is also a rare beauty in her normal state. Also, if she can compete with Senna in terms of appearance and figure, she will definitely not be far behind. The wind passed by, and the mist pushed away with its big hands, ruffling Anastasia's black robe. The black cloth fit her curves, and her figure was graceful. Just looking at the side, the plump breasts and slender waist are in sharp contrast, the hips are smooth and slightly upturned, the long legs are straight and powerful, and the proportions are tall and perfect. Wayne glanced at Aubin and said, "Don't mess with her, this woman is different, messing with the atmosphere will cause unnecessary misunderstandings." Even so, Wayne still looked at Anastasia twice. "I have seen her in the packaged audio materials. Looking at her in person, she is definitely a beauty on the same level as Senna and Philomena. In comparison, little girls like Veronica, although they have the youth and invincibility, they lack because of their youth. A bit of a settled flavor. Way, Mr. Wayne." Anastasia bowed, and while speaking, she silently took 2 steps back. "Your Excellency," the Holy Lady was in a panic. From the moment she received the message of summons, her mind could not calm down. What was the reason why Faith summoned her all night long? It was so late at night. Could it be for that kind of thing? Probably not. Faith is not as filthy as what Senna described. People were present and witnessed it with their own eyes. Faith's sacrificial spirit is no less than that of the 3 chosen knights. He values friendship, justice, and compassion. He is a. In short, you can find the advantages. It was too rude to comment on Faith, which was a serious blasphemous act. Anastasia did not dare to comment too much, and she still had some small expectations. Afraid that he would come, afraid that he would not come, and even more afraid that he would mess up. Anastasia was distraught and lamented her state of mind, keeping a distance to signal her firm stance. She won't go there on her own initiative. Unless Wayne comes over, or gives the order. All in all, I can't win her heart. This is all a mess. Wayne's voice appeared in Anastasia's heart. When the saint learned that all her thoughts had been read, she let out a wail of shame. The weak and cold-hearted attitude was so different from the noble and cool look after she transformed into an elf that Wayne almost lost control and wanted to bully her again. It's a pity that I can't bully him. What Anastasia did made Wayne respect her very much, and he said straight to the point, "Your Majesty, you came at the right time. I have recently developed some new things that can allow you to maintain yourself." Anastasia didn't believe it. Once evolution started, it couldn't be stopped. She had lost herself and couldn't go back. Wayne also didn't believe it and sighed, "Give it a try, at least it won't let you continue to fall." Anastasia couldn't refuse, so she took off her black robe and unbuttoned the collar of her blouse. "Don't go to such trouble. Also, don't take off your clothes frequently in the future. You have regained your body and are no longer a magic doll." Wayne hurriedly stopped and took 2 steps forward. When he saw Anastasia taking 2 steps back, he rolled his eyes and ordered her to stand still and not move. "Senna said some weird things to you before. That bitch is crazy. Ignore her." "I'm really not the kind of person," she said, Wayne explained in a low voice. "Because Senna passed by him, these words I don't even believe it myself. Fortunately, the problem is not big, Anastasia doesn't know about it." Wayne came behind Anastasia, raised his hand and put it on her slightly trembling shoulder, and used the paleness to apply his recent research results to her. Senna could have gotten this, but she refused. Her degeneration was too complete, and her thinking had already completely turned to faith. She regards the self given by her faith as alienated and would rather die than obey. Anastasia still had time. At the beginning, her mind was not contaminated. Only later did her mind gradually change with her body, and it was possible to maintain herself. 5 minutes later, Wayne stopped his hand and wiped away the non-existent sweat on his forehead. The scent of fragrance passed by his fingertips and he subconsciously sniffed it. The distance was very close. Anastasia noticed his behavior and couldn't help but shudder. She silently took 2 steps back, lowered her head and said, "Mr. Wayne, thank you for your help. I am much better now." "Really? Do you want me to check again?" No, I'm really fine." Anastasia shook her head hastily, looking at Wayne as if he was a god of plague and trying to avoid him. But this god of plague is her belief. The more she wants to stay away, the more heartache she feels and cannot let go. Only by taking the initiative to get close can things get better. Wayne frowned, sensing Anastasia's change of heart, and secretly said helplessly, "I have maintained myself, but I have not completely maintained myself. I am on the edge of a cliff, unable to retreat, but as long as I take a step, I will immediately fall into a bottomless abyss." This metaphor is very appropriate and fits Anastasia's current mental state. Many people have this situation. Human beings have an instinctive fear of being at high places, but when they stand at high places, they can't help but imagine the scene of jumping down, or imagine that someone pushed them from behind. A handful. Anastasia is like this, or even worse, because she has no way to stay away from the abyss, walking on thin ice on the edge of a cliff, anxious and agitated, and can't help but want to jump to relief. "Your Majesty the Saint, come to me every other month and I will help you stabilize yourself. Believe me, time will prove everything. Just be yourself," Wayne promised. Anastasia's heart warmed and she nodded slightly. Seeing that her condition had improved, Wayne asked, "Your Majesty the Holy Lady, why did you suddenly come to London and become an ally with the Queen?" Anastasia smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Wayne, I didn't originally want to come, but my mind makes me long for the city." London had nothing to long for. What she longed for was Wayne. It was not convenient to say these words clearly. She hoped that Wayne would figure it out for himself. Anastasia came to London for another important reason besides her inner desire for faith. The dark goddess erased part of Anastasia's memory and exerted hints on her, amplifying her desire for faith and aggravating her illness, causing her to become restless and choose to come to London. Anastasia didn't know much about this. She only knew that she was probably broken. She often imagined that she was being held by faith in her arms and doing some crazy things in broad daylight. Called daydreaming. It's like this during the day, so you can imagine what will happen at night. These are the handiwork of the dark goddess, a sadist who is good at training people's hearts. There was Austin before and Anastasia after, leaving behind the introduction and waiting for them to be devoured by desire. Therefore, although Anastasia's symptoms were milder than those of Bina, the cause of the symptoms was greater. Wayne could only treat the symptoms but not the root cause, which would inevitably lead to a lot of confusion in the future. Now neither of them knows, they just feel that the condition is under control and everything is developing for the better. Staying next to Wayne, Anastasia couldn't help but have some random thoughts. Her eyes wandered, sometimes looking at his eyes, sometimes looking at his mouth. Her mouth was dry and she was suffering. She took the initiative and said, "Mr. Wayne, establishing the Dark Church stronghold is a task I have assigned to myself. It doesn't matter whether I cooperate with the Queen or not. If you don't agree, I can tell you right now. No need, you can find a reason for yourself to show that it is still worth saving. When the day comes that you don't even have any excuses, you will become Senna." Wayne commented in his mind without revealing Anastasia's thoughts, and then said, "The Queen has formed an alliance with the Dark Church and is looking for the Dark Knight. The first target is the Tulip family, followed by the Life Alliance and the Heavenly Father Church. These you know that, right?" "Yes, you are from the Tulip family and are the only son of the Landau family. I have asked about all this." Anastasia struggled to explain, "I originally didn't want to agree, but in order to obtain more information, and the smooth implementation of the Dark Church really needs the support of the royal family, so there are other reasons why I didn't tell you right away." Anastasia's wretched look was completely different from her performance in the frozen continent. Wayne knew what she was struggling with and had a mentality of taking care of patients. He didn't shamelessly force her to tell the truth. "Anastasia, do you know who the Dark Knight is?" "It's not clear yet." Anastasia shook her head slightly, her intuition telling her that Wayne knew him, and maybe they had a good relationship with him. "The Dark Knight is Austin Landau." "Is your father the Dark Knight?" Anastasia was slightly surprised, and then very surprised. According to the accurate information she obtained, Wayne was Austin's illegitimate son. There is nothing wrong with this. The two people in the photos have similar looks and temperaments. Even their hairstyles and clothing are similar. No one who looks at them will doubt their relationship. Wayne. He no longer wanted to explain Anastasia's thoughts. Looking into the reason, he and Austin were so similar, and Fula had to bear a large part of the responsibility. Fola was the former butler of Landau Manor. Under his direct training, Wayne copied Austin's template in all aspects. In the eyes of outsiders who don't know the truth, this is a toad that doesn't grow hair, it just follows its roots. Anastasia didn't know the truth and was convinced that the two were father and son. What really surprised her was the other content in the intelligence. Austin's wife Hepe was the high priest of the Church of Nature. She met him in the frozen continent and claimed to be Wayne's teacher and backup mount. As far as she knows, dragons cannot be ridden casually. Moreover, the third mount, Veronica, is Wayne's fiancée and Hepe's daughter, so the relationship between this family. Anastasia stroked her fingers and looked at the intersecting lines on the screen, sighing with emotion. The Landau family was worthy of the London flag, which fit her stereotype of aristocrats. Wayne. This bitch is already broken, her mind is full of pornographic waste, and she is the kind that breaks the taboos of human ethics. How does she look like a saint? Where is the dean? Come over quickly and take charge. To avoid deepening Anastasia's misunderstanding, Wayne did not explain, but instead said, "Telling you the identity of the Dark Knight is to prevent you from finding him by mistake. Regarding the Queen's plan, you only need to identify yourself as the Saint of the Dark Church. Just come forward with your identity and don't contact the Dark Knight." "Mr. Wayne, isn't he your father?" Anastasia is puzzled that the Queen plans to die and the two Dark Knights join forces to put pressure on the disobedient forces in the country. It is reasonable to tell Austin and not tell. A power grab within the family. As a saint of the Dark Church, Anastasia should naturally side with the Dark Knight. Because Wayne is also a Dark Knight, she sided with Wayne. "You have such a vivid imagination." Wayne couldn't hold it back and exposed his behavior of constantly reading Anastasia's thoughts. The latter blushed and lowered his head, hurriedly dispelling distracting thoughts, and must not let Faith discover those daydreams of his. "The more I thought about it, and then Wayne saw it all. She is indeed a saint, more innocent than the original Philomena. Wayne complained fiercely and said, "My father Austin was the Queen's first love, and the relationship is still ambiguous." Faced with the Queen's aggression, he chose to become a traitor in the Tulip family and act as an example to express his loyalty to the Queen. "I'm different. I have a general sense of the royal family. Since the Queen is ready for a political struggle, she must bear the price of failure in the struggle. Mr. Wayne, do you want the crown? You can't say that. It's clear that there are bad people around the Queen." "I tied up Alston King John's side, which is a sign of great loyalty." Wayne raised his eyebrows. The Baron named Chemo was a traitor at first glance. Anastasia still had a lot of doubts, but since Wayne said so, she just had to obey the order obediently. The more questions she asked, the deeper she would get, which was not a good thing. "Your Excellency Saint, it's getting late, so I won't disturb your rest." Wayne raised his hand to see the guest off, and Anastasia walked quickly towards the fog outside the cemetery as if she had been granted amnesty. After a few steps, the pace slowed down for unknown reasons. "Come on, or you won't be able to leave." Hearing Wayne's vicious voice, Anastasia panicked, as if her mind had been read. She quickly quickened her pace and left the cemetery as if she was running away. Wayne narrowed his eyes slightly, watched the beautiful curves disappear from his field of vision, and secretly said something interesting. "Anastasia is funny, a one in a million skin and soul, but that's not the point. The funniest thing tonight is the Queen." The Queen picked through the shelves and chose two magical weapons for herself. One was Shadow Nightmare and the other was Twilight Desperate. Putting aside God's perspective, the Queen made the right choice, using the Church to fight against the Church, and using knightly violence to crush all dissenters. It's reasonable and there's nothing wrong with it. If he were the Queen, he would still play a combination of vertical and horizontal ways even if he didn't know the truth. However, punching power is power. Power without fist power will only be turned into a puppet by its allies. Today, the power of the Tulip family is taken back through the God's chosen night. Tomorrow, we will drive away the Life Alliance and the Heavenly Father Church. What about the day after tomorrow? What can we use to check and balance the God's chosen night? The Queen is not a fool. Austin thinks highly of her. She is an excellent politician and a monarch worthy of loyalty. Therefore, if the Queen dares to do this, she must have the power to check and balance the chosen knight. It's hard to say that choosing a knight is only the first step. The Queen is preparing to provoke a fight between churches. It is best to completely transfer the conflict by injuring both sides. Even if one party wins big, the Queen also has a trump card to use as a check and balance. Divine blood. Wayne raised his brows. When fighting the hell familiar Juliet, he had the opportunity to appreciate the true appearance of Juliet's master, the abyss spider Queen Marcia. Just looking at the human body, this is a charming and strange beauty. What a pity he is a devil. Marcia once said that the Windsor royal family possesses divine blood and the ability to inspire divine blood, and this ability can be deprived of it and override the divinely chosen knights. Whenever night falls, this ability will appear in London. Mist. Wayne murmured, his eyes shining brightly, since it can be taken away, you can give other divine blood. Thank you for the gift of nature. I accepted this gift on behalf of Chris. He thought carefully, in case this power was uncontrollable, he had to find out in advance. There is exactly one candidate to obtain information. Austin, the decision is yours, my loyal minister, just wait for the yellow robe to come on. Ja. The more Wayne thought about it, the more excited he became, planning for the future, and couldn't help but rub his little hands. While the first generation of rich people are too tired and have to work hard on their own, the second generation of rich people don't have such trouble. The previous generation has suffered all the hardships in this life. Wayne hoped that his father would become a dragon, so he decided to give his father a hand because he was willing to be subordinate to others. After calculation, the death of the Queen's allies and the darkness were all his, who among the Ministry of Magic's young men would win and help whom, the Tulip family was about to make a move, and the royal family's own power was vulnerable except for the trump card of divine blood. As long as the divine blood and fog are dealt with, the loyal and brave men will be able to carry their swords and march north, with the emperor on their side, peace will return, the world will be prosperous, and Prussian mustaches will have to pass cigarettes and toast when they come. This is sure. That night, Wayne was in a happy mood. After returning to the Wayne house, he rushed into the master bedroom, hugged Chris, and did some shy things. Then he went to Wally's bedroom and did the same thing, taking her to the master bedroom while she was in a daze. World-famous painting, Veronica's fiancé. Veronica doesn't need to be sad, she participated. Wayne is her fiancé, Chrissy is her white moonlight, and Willie is her roommate and best friend. Although she is not present, she is everywhere. Before dawn the next day, Wayne was kicked out of the master bedroom, enjoyed a nourishing meal prepared by the butler in the restaurant, and drove straight to Landau Manor. Study. Megan guarded the door and set up a soundproof barrier to eliminate any possibility of eavesdropping. Austin played with the ancient silver coin, looking at the expressionless Wayne, and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. What's going on? You came to me so early in the morning. Did you do something ridiculous again? It's a bit ridiculous. Wayne's expression did not change, and he looked at Austin with a worried look. I have been very well behaved these days and did nothing. The key is you. You are in trouble. Austin frowned and leaned on the sofa and said, the recent accounts of the Landau family are ugly, but the Queen has seen my performance. She will not embarrass me for too long and will appropriately delegate power to loyal people. Loyalty is the best reward for loyalty. You can get nothing but honor, maybe not even honor. After all, the things you did are not visible. Wayne objected, and then produced evidence. A baron named Chemo appeared beside the Queen. Did you know? Austin nodded. Chemo himself was not well known. He was transferred to London by the Queen after the war broke out. He was highly valued and is now fully responsible for the centralization of the Tulip family. Austin had no problem with Chemo. It was normal for the Queen to have her own confidants secretly cultivated. He had no problem with the Queen's centralized power. To resist foreign aggression, one must first stabilize the internal situation. Only with internal stability and unity can one fully resist the external changes. God knows whether several churches will join the battlefield. It would not be wrong to prepare in advance. But Austin could clearly feel that Chemo was targeting him, and since Chemo appeared, the Queen had also become somewhat alienated from him. There are treacherous ministers around the Queen. Austin played with the ancient silver coin and smiled like a treacherous minister. Indeed, such a treacherous and evil person should have been eradicated long ago. Wayne took out an ancient silver coin and played with it in the same way as Austin. I met Baron Chemo last night in the West District Cemetery. As a death knight, he told me about your bad behavior of taking kickbacks and the Queen's serious dissatisfaction with you. What did he do with the Death Knight? Austin's heart tightened. He had already driven Wayne, an unstable factor, out of the door. Why was he pulled back again? This rhythm is wrong. Something is going to happen. The more Austin thought about it, the more panicked he became. He was not afraid that the Queen had a plan, but that the Queen thought her plan was foolproof. The Queen has further consolidated your power. From now on, Baron Chemo will contact the Death Knight. You are no longer. These are not important. Just tell me what Chemo said. Austin stood up. It was understandable that the Queen bypassed him to contact the Death Knight, but if this Death Knight was Wayne, who was full of rebellion, it would be a big problem. Chemo wanted the Death Knight to come forward as an ally to deter the life alliance behind the Tulip family, such as the Moonlight Church and the Natural Church. Wayne said happily, you know, the other Tulip families have a weak relationship with the Church. In the past, they only provided free economic assistance. The only family that was closely connected with the two churches was our Landau family. In other words, the Queen hoped that the Death Knight would deter the Landau family. Austen. The Queen was confused. How could she reveal the battle plan to the Landau family before the battle? Austen shook his head and sighed helplessly. I know the Queen. She is not a ruthless and cold-blooded person. This move is just to suppress and deter, and there will be no big moves. Really? I don't believe it. Wayne threw up the ancient silver coin, caught it steadily, and said lightly, you think so because you know that the Death Knight is a member of the Landau family. It doesn't matter if you are fearless. The Queen doesn't know, she only knows that the ally is too powerful. It's a waste to do nothing with such a powerful force. Austen closed his eyes and sat back on the sofa. If the Queen really wants to kill the Landau family, he can only rush into Buckingham Palace with a sword and clear the court with Wayne. Kimmo is a qualified scapegoat. Because he spread rumors, the Queen lost her mind and misunderstood the loyal ministers. Without Kimmo, the Queen is still the Queen, and the Landau family is still the Landau family, which is good for everyone. In addition, the Queen asked for more cooperation with the Death Knight, promised a lot of benefits, and ceded all the interests of the Life Alliance and the Heavenly Father Church to the Death Church. This is very strange, and I can't figure it out. Wayne frowned. Stop acting, just say what you have to say, Austen snorted. Driving away tigers and wolves to protect yourself, this plan is fine, but how can the Queen ensure that the tigers later will be well fed and will not be more greedy than the previous wolves, and why can she believe that the tigers will not become the leaders of the wolves? Wayne squinted his eyes. I got a piece of information. There is a big problem with the Fog of London. The royal family still has the blood of God. Let alone the Death Knight, even if the Dark Knight joins forces, it can't make a big storm. We are going to be broken up. Is this your plan? Austen glared at Wayne fiercely. Even I want to calculate. Do you regard me as your father, the head of the family? This is just the beginning, the real calculation is still behind. Wayne shrugged and said, it's not a plot. You're too good to your ex-girlfriend. I'm afraid that the teacher will be wronged. Impossible. Austen stood up and let Meghan into the house. At the same time, he said, I will investigate the fog and the blood of the gods to ensure that the Queen's trump card will not be used. But let me be frank. I will only take action if the Queen takes action. And you, don't do something weird, otherwise you won't be able to finish it. Austen looked at Wayne steadily. This kid must have other plans. Just in case, he must be prepared for him. Don't worry, I'm very obedient. Wayne gave a thumbs up, his silver teeth flashed. As expected of you, you start right away. I guess you must have investigated the blood of God before. Don't worry, just rush forward, and leave the rest to me. Even more worried. Austen had a headache. The Queen was pressing him step by step in front of him, and the heir was stuffing a knife into his hand behind him. He was really helpless in the middle. It was no longer realistic to continue to be loyal to the Queen. Family interests could be given up, but not family members. Listening to the nonsense of the little trashcan was even more impossible. The situation was out of control, and I was terrified just thinking about it. It was not possible to advance or retreat. It was too difficult for him. I just hope it's not too late now. Hope. Right? Austen was very upset. If he had known this would happen, he should have been more decisive and stuffed the person into the trashcan and sank into the river. Now it's 1v6, maybe 0v6, who will fill who is still uncertain. Restarting the myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 307. Bedford Shipyard, East District of London. The port is shrouded in a veil of mist at night. Whenever the mist slowly spreads to the sea, there will be a gentle breeze that sweeps it to the shore, preventing it from spreading outward. This fog is only in London. The moonlight sprinkles on the surface of the seaport through the light mist, forming a hazy silver halo. The ships in the distance are looming, emitting faint light, like stars lost in a dream. The fog returns to the port with the sea breeze, bringing bursts of salty sea. The quiet harbor is rarely crowded at night, with only gentle waves hitting the ships and the sound of whistles approaching the shore in the distance. It's very quiet. Whenever night falls, there are always some unknown corners that light up the lights, people sway, and quietly conspire. On the sea not far from the shipyard, a cruise ship marked with the family crest of the Bedford family slowly left the port and quietly moved towards the dark and silent sea. There are not many tourists on the cruise ship, only a few important guests. The host Bedford held a banquet and specially invited several friends who are not friends. Tonight, we chat all night, only talking about business, not family and national affairs. The Bedford family is one of the 14 tulip families, and has made certain achievements in the fields of business and magic. In terms of business, the Bedford family owns the largest shipyard in London, with a huge industrial chain, millions of boatmen's food and clothing, and its influence covers all fields, so there is no shortage of friends everywhere. In the Windsor magic world, the Bedford family's highest masterpiece is Bedford, a legendary wizard in the Ministry of Magic. He is low-key and focused on making money. He never expresses his opinions. Every time he speaks, he stands on the side of the Queen and is a staunch royalist. The 3 deputy ministers of the Windsor Ministry of Magic, Orb, Yvette, and Alan, are legendary wizards. Plank, Bourne, Herman, Celeste, and Bedford, who are in the open among the senior management, are also legendary wizards. There are 8 legendary wizards alone, and the country is strong and worthy of the name of an old country. Moreover, most of these legendary wizards come from the Tulip family, the former Tulip Knights, which shows that the royal family monopolizes all aspects of Windsor. Even if the 2 deputy ministers, Orb and Alan, betrayed and disappeared, the Queen could fill in the shortest time. On paper, they are powerful, with a long history, and are mysterious inside and out. It is not unreasonable that the Windsor royal family can play a balance and resist the pressure of the Heavenly Father Church for so many years. Back to the point, the camera returns to the cruise ship. In the beautifully decorated lobby meeting room, Bedford, wearing a wizard robe, has a good chat with several guests. These guests are all from the Tulip family. Barney from the Boswell family, Rupert from the Wilson family, First from the Julian family, the Woodson family, the Cavendish family, and the Spencer family. Including the Bedford family, the organizer of this banquet, 7 of the 14 Tulip family members were present, occupying half of the monopoly of Windsor. Considering that the traitor Orb caused the Patino family to be hidden, there are only 13 Tulip families left in name, 7 is greater than 6, and the 7 families on the cruise ship have an absolute advantage in the voting process. Not only that, there is also the legendary wizard Bon of the Ministry of Magic on the cruise ship. He has a very good relationship with Plank, and his appearance here can be regarded as Plank's arrival. Everyone looked around at their teammates and felt that they could do a lot with a strong army and horses, and they all thought that this was a sure thing. The organizer Bedford did not think so. There were still too few guests and a serious lack of seats. There were even several Tulip families who had fantasies about the Queen. In addition, the families present also had their own thoughts, and the risk of being scattered was too great. For example, Barney from the Boswell family is too obsessed with money, and he is probably an undercover sent by the Queen. Rupert from the Wilson family is competing for the next Prime Minister and is in urgent need of political capital, so he is probably an undercover sent by the Queen. First from the Julian family sells lottery tickets during the day and tobacco at night. He is a secretary every day. He may not be an undercover sent by the Queen, but he is there in 9 out of 10 times, and it is more likely to join in the fun tonight. It doesn't matter whether he is there or not. The Woodson family used to be very powerful, and Deputy Minister Allen came from the Woodson family. Now it's not so good. Allen, the pillar of the family, is missing, and only some small fish and shrimps are left, which are probably the scraps that the Queen doesn't like. After counting, only Cavendish and Spencer are reliable. They have cooperated in business for many years and follow the lead of the Bedford family in everything. Bedford is very confident in these two families. However, these two families do not study magic, but only have a good influence in the secular world. They are ignored by the magic world. Those who should come did not come, and those who should not come all came. Didn't the Landau family come? How could Austen come? He is the Queen's lover. Every time the Queen speaks, he takes the lead and rushes to the front. He is not the same as us, Rupert said sarcastically. That makes sense, First nodded repeatedly. The Wilson family and the Landau family have been at odds recently. Austen extorted money from the Wilson family when he checked the accounts. When the Landau family chose an heir, Rupert exposed Wayne's undercover identity in public. The two sides went back and forth, and it was Austen's turn to make another effort. At the critical moment of selecting the Prime Minister candidate, he cast his precious vote for Rupert's political enemy Winston Chute. Whenever Rupert thought of this, he was furious. What kind of relationship did Austen have with the Queen? They had a relationship, and this relationship had never been broken. Even if Rupert had great abilities, he couldn't blow the Queen's trumpet like Austen. He bet that if Winston Chute became the Prime Minister of Windsor next year, it must be Austen's secret efforts. Damn it, this playboy who only knows how to cheat women. As Rupert finished speaking, Barney said, "Who said it wasn't? Austen is too arrogant. He looks down on us colleagues. His wife is the high priest of the Church of Nature, and his son's lover is the high priest of the Church of Moonlight. We are not qualified to eat at the same table with him." That makes sense, First nodded repeatedly. Last time Me6 gave accurate files, the old man Cummings swore that Austen's illegitimate son was not Austen's biological son. Bah, look at the appearance of the father and son, and then look at the women of the father and son, they are clearly biological children. Barney became more and more excited, and at the end of his words, he slammed the table hard. The Boswell family is based on business, focusing on forestry and mining, and has always been thinking about the arms industry. They have had several competitive conflicts with the Landau family in business, and they don't get along with each other. Let's put aside the business competition and only look at the family heirs. Barney's son Owen is a talent. The young man is very young at a young age, and his business all-rounder makes Barney very satisfied. It's not afraid of comparing goods, but it's afraid of comparing people. Compared with Austen's son Wayne, Owen is not good at this and that. He is just a bad boy who eats, drinks, gambles, and plays with secretaries. Even playing secretaries is not as good as Wayne. Let alone playing women, look at what kind of women Wayne plays, the high priest during the day and his own sister at night, riding on the road of scum. Of course, Austen is still better in this regard. Although he doesn't have a sister, he has a queen. That makes sense, First nodded repeatedly. When the topic came to Austen, the voices in the conference hall suddenly became louder. Except for the first family who joined in the fun and the Woodson family whose influence was declining, the other four families all criticized Austen and expressed their deep hatred for him. For a time, they regarded each other as close friends because of the common enemy. Including the organizer Bedford, he was actually very dissatisfied with Austen and agreed with Barney's evaluation that Austen was too arrogant. There were two high priests and a queen in the family. They had magic and power. They were arrogant and betrayed the Tulip family. They were traitors. In fact, it can't be said that way. Although Austen didn't come, it doesn't mean that he is loyal to the Queen. Bon, who had been silent, spoke slowly. There were only two legendary wizards in the field. When Bond spoke, everyone gave face and stopped envy and jealousy, wanting to hear his opinions. The Landau family is not a monolithic entity. Wayne, the heir of the family, is extremely ambitious. He is not satisfied with the long-term oppression of Aston and has been making small moves. He cannot speak out because of Aston's suppression. Bond looked mysterious as if he had inside information. Everyone was curious and waited for him to continue. No one refuted Bond's words. If their eldest son hugged the high priest in his arms, there would be two voices in the family. I have secretly investigated and the information is reliable. Aston is very loyal to the Queen, but his son Wayne is not. We can win him over. Bond's information came from Planck, who mentioned some of it obscurely. With his own imagination, the plot was very rich, do you understand? Aston is taking sides. He pretends to be submissive to the Queen on the surface, but secretly lets his son reveal completely opposite information to the outside world. He is only loyal to the Landau family. Eggs cannot be put in one basket. This principle is the same everywhere. Especially in the era of war. In troubled times, old families with a solid foundation will invest in all parties. No matter who wins in the end, these old families will not lose. That makes sense, First nodded repeatedly. Don't make sense. XN. Everyone ignored First and exchanged opinions. Austin is really calculating. He lets us rush to the front and he eats both sides in the back. I hate fence-sitters the most. Such people seem to win-win, but in fact they offend both sides and often end up badly. You can't say that. The Landau family has two high priests. It would be best if we can win them. If we can't win them, the Landau family can just not help either side. After some discussion, everyone finalized the initial strategy. They didn't like Austin, but if they could win Austin, they would still be good friends and the past grievances would be forgotten with a smile. That makes sense, First nodded repeatedly. Bowen, is your intelligence reliable? Of course it is reliable, at least much more reliable than me 6. Well, let's talk about other tulip families next. The 14 tulip families removed the 7 present, the fence-sitter Landau family, and the hidden Patino family, and finally only 5 remained, namely the Collins family, the Fleming family, the Muller family, the Turner family, and the Shute family. Among them, the Collins, Muller, and Turner families specialize in the field of magic. The Collins family has Deputy Minister Yvette, and the Muller family has the commander of the Holy Light Knights Herman. Although the Turner family has only a small number of people, Frank is highly regarded by the Queen and is the best expert in hell studies in Windsor. These 3 families are almost impossible to compete with. The remaining Fleming family and Shute family are engaged in the military and political fields. The magic attainments of family members are average, which is not a big problem. Everyone. The organizer Bedford looked at the crowd and said solemnly, we are all adults. You all understand the truth. I won't talk nonsense. Let's be straightforward. Everyone is willing to come here today, not for anything else, just for the benefit of the family. Rightward arrow. You may have other ideas, but you have also seen that the Queen is aggressive and the family is behind us. There is no way out. If even we are undecided, the Tulip family is destined to be brilliant only for a short time. It will be divided and surrounded by the Queen, and then divided and surrounded again. By then, each of us will have no chance of winning. Bedford didn't talk much, but he still made a lot of sense. Everyone either agreed or remained silent, and no one expressed objection. It is not difficult to control Yvette with our power, but Herman is a bit troublesome. He is the leader of the Knights of Holy Light and is stationed at St. George's Church in Windsor Castle all year round. If you want to take him down, you must do something. Bedford said maybe, and looked at Bond, who didn't say anything, probably in agreement. As for Frank, the infernal expert, Bedford didn't mention it. Frank's theoretical research is very weird, and his own strength is average. He can just send any gunman to get it done. There is nothing to discuss. When the 14 tulip families gather together, we can sit down and have a good chat with the Queen. Bedford outlined a beautiful blueprint. I know what everyone is thinking. My thoughts are the same as everyone's. No one really wants to rebel. We stand together only to protect the rights of the family. We supported the Queen before and will support the Queen in the future. That's all. It makes sense, XN. First's voice was drowned in the crowd, and this time he was not alone. Bedford, there's something you haven't mentioned yet. What do the two new deputy ministers say? They are Franks, not Windsors, and no one in the Ministry of Magic supports them, except the Queen. Bedford said indifferently, don't look at their screams, but when it comes to a critical moment, they can run faster than anyone else. The Queen believes that they are the biggest mistake and have brought us many allies. According to Bedford's plan, first control Yvette and Herman, and then win over the Landau family. 14 tulip families will work together to go to the Ministry of Magic to sit down and talk to the Queen. The Queen will definitely understand if she is so kind. Everyone's concerns. His plan was a bit unreliable and risky, but the interests of the family were at the forefront, so everyone thought they could give it a try. As long as they can capture Yvette and Herman, they are willing to leave. Bang! The door of the conference hall was kicked open, and three figures, 2 men and 1 woman, walked in slowly. The 3 of them were dressed in mage robes. The man leading them was none other than Baron Chemo, the newly promoted commander of the Royal Guard. He had black hair and black eyes, reflecting the light of the crystal chandelier, and his black eyes shone with a deep coldness. The remaining man and woman are about 30 years old and are also new arrivals, Anik and Shady, the newly promoted deputy ministers of the Ministry of Magic. When the 2 deputy ministers arrived in Lundam, Baron Chemo was also transferred to Lundam from other places. On the surface, the 2 deputy ministers were from Franks. The real situation is difficult to tell. The most likely thing is that they were trained by the royal family outside. Advanced thugs, used to deal with emergencies, such as the rebellion in the Ministry of Magic and the disobedience of the Tulip family. Everyone was shocked when they saw the 3 people appearing. For example, Bon raised his hands to cover his face and pretended that he didn't exist. Putting this joke aside, although the others were frightened and suspected that a traitor was present, their expressions remained calm, as if they did not take the 2 legendary mages seriously. Damn traitor, you informed the Queen of the location of the meeting without even listening to the content of the meeting. You deserve to have your family dismembered by the Queen. Bedford was secretly annoyed, with a calm expression on his face. He raised his glass and said, Deputy Minister, you are here just in time. How about we come over and have a drink together? Bedford. Douglas looked at them coldly, glanced at everyone, and announced their names one by one. Barney, Rupert, first, you are so loyal to the Queen. Baron Chemo, I don't know what you are talking about. We are just gathering on a cruise ship. How can we be disloyal to the Queen? Bedford didn't know Douglas's true identity and was very reluctant to give him face. He only knew that his teammates were unreliable and needed a strong voice to take the lead. Therefore, he changed his usual modesty and low-key and said firmly, in other words, the country has new regulations prohibit private gatherings at night during wartime, and violators will be punished as treason. The country does not have strict rules for ordinary people, but you are a tulip family. Not only do you gather in private, but you also secretly go to sea. It is hard to say whether it involves treason. It needs to be judged by the Queen. Douglas sneered repeatedly, come back with me. The banquet here is too shabby. The Queen specially prepared a grand banquet for you. Baron Chemo, is this really what the Queen meant? You couldn't be making it up. Bedford muddied the waters and said, since you entered Buckingham Palace, the Queen has changed from her usual kindness. I have reason to suspect that you have controlled the Queen and these two deputy ministers. When will the Franks stand above us Windsors, giving orders?" Bedford bit the traitor, and his tough stance gave all his teammates a shot in the arm. Everyone knew there was no way out and nodded in agreement. Bond secretly thought that there was trouble. If he had known about it, he would have asked Gangplank to come over. He stood next to Bedford and confronted the two legendary mages Anik and Shoddy. 2-on-2, don't be afraid of high-end games. The rest of the people swarmed up, and GMO was not as good as the Golden Mage, so he could easily take them down. After taking control of Chemo and finally bringing him to Buckingham Palace, the Queen, who is kind and intelligent, will definitely understand that the reason for the disharmony between the monarch and his ministers is that Chemo is causing trouble. Thinking of this, Bond felt that this plan was feasible and looked confused. Baron Chemo, the magic barrier arranged by the two deputy ministers is very clever. It was so clever that the cruise ship rushed in and we didn't notice it. However, are you sure that the ambush outside can rush in time to save you? Douglas sneered. Bond waved his hands repeatedly and said, "Don't get me wrong, I am completely loyal to the Queen. I am just worried about your safety, nothing else. Mage Bond, it's true that people from outside can't break in, but I mean they can't come in. There are some secrets they shouldn't know." Douglas raised the corner of his mouth and felt extremely funny watching Bond's performance. Secret? Seeing that Douglas was emboldened and had other trump cards besides the two new deputy ministers, he couldn't help but retreat. The legendary mage is like this. He is a powerful warrior among the wall-riding faction. If he can win, he will strike hard, but if he cannot win, he will be submissive. When he is undecided, he will retreat behind everyone and start worshipping gods. His main focus is stability. Bedford. You old thing, why are you standing behind me? Bedford was almost angered to death by the coward. Although he was also a coward, it did not affect the smile at 50 steps and 100 steps at a time. He glared at Bond fiercely and said to him, "Baron Chemo, the secret you are referring to is what, your eloquent mouth, or the invisible air?" Bedford, the secret hasn't been revealed yet, what are you afraid of? Bond, this is called showing weakness to the enemy, it is a tactic. Ha ha ha. Douglas laughed loudly, raised his hand and clapped twice. Open your eyes and see clearly, I will let you die today. After the snapping sound, Douglas touched his chest with one hand and bowed slightly in humility. The same goes for the two new deputy ministers. If you look closely, you can see that there is fear in their eyes. The 90-degree bow cannot be called humility, it can be called humble. Everyone retreated, and Bond hurriedly protected Bedford in front of him, his eyes fixed on the air. At the same time, the powerful perception of the legendary mage spreads out, alerting the surroundings to possible sneak attacks at any time. 10 seconds later. X3. XN. Douglas raised his head, and people on both sides stared at him. First couldn't hold it back and laughed on the spot. With this smile, the atmosphere of military encounter was gone. Bedford immediately stopped panicking and laughed loudly. Baron Chemo, you are so good at acting. Where did this clown come from? He's from out of town. He really made me laugh. Look at him, he's dripping with sweat. Ha 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 XN. Amidst the laughter, it was Douglas's turn to be nervous. The clapping of his hands as promised was a secret signal, but why was the Death Knight missing? Have I been cheated? Ja. Amidst the strange laughter, a hearty laugh suddenly broke in. The dark portal swayed with cold light in front of Douglas, and the Death Knight came to the field on an undead horse. Everyone retreated continuously, feeling cold in their hearts, trying desperately to occupy the seats in the back row and give up the seat to their accomplices. Lord Knight, you are finally here. Douglas was slightly resentful. Just now, he really thought that the Death Knight would let him go. It happened once, and it happened twice. Every time, it was just a human being, and the character of the Death Knight was too difficult to deal with. There was a traffic jam at the portal, which delayed us for a while. Wayne casually threw out an unreliable reason, and the Skull's face flashed with white light, looking down at the Tulip family members in the field. He was not Alston and had limited knowledge of the Tulip family. Therefore, although there were many talents present, he knew only a few. Death Knight, why are you here? Bedford was sweating coldly, and his heart was already half cold. At the same time, he was sad and curious about how much the Queen had to pay to persuade the chosen knight. Just open your mouth, the Tulip family will give you as much as the Queen can give, and double it. GGG, don't be afraid, I'm just an ally of the Queen and I'm not here to target you. Wayne pulled out the Shadow Nightmare and pointed at the two legendary mages. The goddess is kind-hearted and does not want to see meaningless death. As a Death Knight, I resolutely implement the goddess's oracle, so. I have never been a fighter in my life, I have had no choice but to resolve fights. Today I am here to mediate. Give me some face and go to the Queen's banquet. Stop fighting, okay. XN. See what you said, quickly put the artifact away, we can still refuse you. Everyone lamented that the appearance of the Death Knight meant that the overall situation was decided. Even if they had the means, they could only surrender obediently and go to the Queen's banquet to wait for their fate. It makes sense. First nodded repeatedly and quickly came to Douglas. Ashamedly, he was the undercover agent. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 308. Everyone glared at the traitor. I wish I could replace him. First was so thick-skinned that he was not ashamed but proud. He said long live the Queen and was willing to stand beside Douglas as a lackey. While showing his loyalty, he looked at the Death Knight and secretly said it was interesting. Members of the Tulip family, the Queen has invited you to a banquet. Is anyone going to be absent? Douglas took 2 steps forward and lagged behind the undead warhorse by half a body length to express his respect for the knights. He looked coldly at the prisoners who had lost their fighting spirit. With a big tree behind him, it is good to enjoy the shade. With the god-chosen knight behind him, the legendary wizard can only stand still. Although they are not completely powerless to resist, such as Bon and Bedford, they have suspected more than once that the Death Knight of London and the Death Knight of Paris are not the same, but the cost of the test is too high, so they are unwilling to rush to the front. As for the legendary wizards who believe in freedom, it is understandable. If it were the legendary wizards of the church, they would really dare to fight with their lives at the critical moment. Douglas saw that everyone dared not look directly into his righteous eyes, and his desire for power deepened again. He fantasized about having the God-chosen knight, or the power that was superior to the God-chosen knight. The short fantasy came and went quickly, and he soon woke up. He had to eat one bite at a time and not take 2 big steps. He couldn't be in a hurry now. Since everyone has no objection, then please come to the banquet on time and don't be late. That day is very critical and concerns the future of your family. Douglas gave a signal, and several golden mages entered and handed out the invitations to the banquet one by one. Including the traitor Firster, he also had an invitation. 10 minutes later, under Douglas's order, the 2 new deputy ministers stepped forward and detained Bon and Bedford on the left and right. In any case, these 2 are legendary mages. There are still 2 days before the banquet. A lot can be done in 2 days. They can't be left running around outside. Bon put on the shackles with a helpless look on his face, and was sealed by the Franks without resistance. Before, Gangplank was beaten by the seal, and he laughed at it for a long time. The situation has changed, and now it is his turn to be sealed. With the skills of a legendary wizard, this kind of seal can't be difficult for him, but the defeat is already determined, and struggling and resisting is meaningless. He doesn't want to be decent, and the Death Knight will help him to be decent. In comparison, the shackle seal is a favor from the Queen to him, which is already a good result. Wayne rode on the undead warhorse, holding the Shadow Nightmare to shape, and seeing that the overall situation in the field has been determined, he is more looking forward to the banquet 2 days later. Queen, do you think this is stable? Take your time, the good days are still to come. Seeing that the portal is open and the Death Knight is about to leave, Douglas hurriedly handed over the banquet invitation. If he doesn't hand it in now, he will have to go to the West District Cemetery tonight. By then, his butt will hurt again. The invitation was written by the Queen herself. Wayne flipped through it and waved his hand to corrupt it with the breath of death. As a false chosen knight, he cannot be as fast and powerful as Austin. If he wants to fully exert the power of Shadow Nightmare, he needs to base it on his own strength. In the 6-pointed star and silver cross stages, Wayne's Death Knight vest is average in combat power, not as good as the best but better than the worst. It is very difficult to fight a legendary mage. When the legendary mage opens the life force field, he must integrate the Book of Greed to save the situation in order to win. Not now, the Golden Mage can be regarded as a strong man, and the Golden Triangle is perfectly balanced. With this foundation, Wayne can greatly exert the power of Shadow Nightmare. Now I am not in a hurry to go to Paris to fight the Headless Knight. Of course, it's just a thought. There are not only Headless Knights in the underground tomb, but also a lot of demons. He only has a plan at present, and he is not ready to take action immediately. Tell the Queen that I will be on time for the banquet. The undead warhorse stepped through the portal, and the broken death cloak disappeared in the darkness. The Death Knight left, and the solemn atmosphere eased, and everyone felt relieved. Especially the 2 new deputy ministers. Anik and Shadi are indeed Franks. They are talented but have no way to rise. They are at the bottom of the society. They were secretly funded by the Windsor royal family and achieved today's achievements. They were born in Frank and heard about the Death Knight who dominated the underground tomb of Paris. His skeleton was incredibly strong. It was because of this troublemaker that the magic circle in Frank became a mess. All churches can intervene in Paris, but no one dares to sweep the underground tomb. As a result, the current chaos in Paris has been formed. The Minister of Magic in Windsor is the Queen, and the Ministry of Magic in Frank has no minister. Several deputy ministers with different beliefs gathered at the same table, and they all had a veto power. You can imagine how chaotic it is over there. The Queen did not kill the Tulip family after all, at least not on the physical level. After Bonn and Bedford were kidnapped, the remaining mob dispersed. They took the invitation and swore to turn over a new leaf. After returning, they would hand over power and be loyal from then on. If the Queen told them to go east, they would never go west. If the Queen told them to fight Frank, they would never show their teeth to Prussia. Douglas sneered at this scene, got off the cruise ship, and led the people back to Buckingham Palace to report. Sophia gave Douglas the task of rectifying the Tulip family. She would no longer participate, but she had a request that there would be no bloodshed if it could be avoided. The Tulip family could be beaten, but it must not disappear physically. Douglas believed that the Queen's methods were too weak. If he were to operate it, he would definitely reshuffle the situation physically and reorganize the Tulip family so that they would always remember their loyalty. But he is not a king, and he is not qualified to co-govern. What he says does not count. In the plan against the Tulip family, Douglas carefully considered and placed the most difficult Landau family last. At the banquet 2 days later, he would let Austin see what a divinely chosen knight is. This is sure. It's a pity that the saint of the Dark Church didn't find the Dark Knight. Otherwise, the presence of the 2 chosen gods would have truly stabilized the situation. Douglas leaned on the back seat of the car and murmured to himself. After thinking about it, there are disadvantages and advantages to the fact that the Dark Knight did not come. From the perspective of Queen Sophia, there is only one Death Knight, which cannot put the greatest pressure on the Life Alliance and the Heavenly Father Church, and still wants the royal family to end personally. From Douglas's perspective, the royal family ended up personally, sparing him the persuasion to coax the Queen into trying divine blood evolution. While thinking, the convoy of black limousines plunged into the darkness, their wheels turning, but they could only stay in place. The driver didn't notice anything unusual, and neither did Douglas. Even if the car door next to him opened and a figure sat in, he didn't notice anything strange at all. The visitor was wearing a black suit, white tie and black tie, his leather shoes were polished, his hands were wearing clean white gloves, and there was a valuable watch on his wrist. A mysterious man who controls the familiar of hell, holds the book of hell, and invades Landau Manor. After many days, he appeared again. Prince Douglas, the smell of desire on you is getting stronger and stronger. The mysterious man praised, your soul is great and destined to fall into hell. I welcome you on behalf of the great Lord of Arrogance. As he spoke, the mysterious man took out the book of hell from his arms, raised his hand to brush the cover, and murmured something like a curse, but also seemed to praise his great faith. A cloud of black air rose from the cover of the book of hell, turning into a pale face in the air. The sickly face is pale and cold, with criss-crossing purple-black veins appearing under the skin, bright red lips and a horny mask covering the upper half of the face, with 6 slanted eyes that are symmetrical. Standard hellish dark wind. The mysterious man cast a spell and injected the black energy into Douglas's body. The latter was unaware of it and was still planning his great cause. As his desires further amplified, in Douglas's plan, vague ideas about Queen Sophia gradually took shape, not only his wife, but also his son, daughter with divine blood, and himself. A prince who doesn't want to be a king is not a good son-in-law. Douglas imagined various possibilities and suddenly shuddered. He suddenly woke up, looked at the mysterious man beside him, and frowned. Frank, why are you here? Does the Queen have any plans? My research has made new progress. I wanted to offer a congratulatory gift to the Queen at the banquet, but the Queen is too weak. She still has mercy on the Tulip family. Frank, Windsor's expert on hell, the only child of the Turner family, researcher of the death house, and the mysterious man, was like a devil, whispering in Douglas's ear, you know, the reason why the Queen is so weak is not because of the Tulip family, but because of the Tulip family. Because of a man named Austin Landau. Austin is the Queen's lover, and he was extremely in love with her. He had a huge influence on the Queen's governing philosophy. Why is the Queen so indifferent to you and allowing you to leave London for so many years? Prince Douglas, you know the answer. The Queen still misses Austin. Your union is just a political marriage, and your love is all an illusion. But no one in charge could listen to these words, not to mention that Douglas had lost his mind. He felt that the devil was right, and his resentment towards Austin reached its peak in an instant. Go ahead and show Austin some color at the banquet 2 days later. Defeat him and prove to your wife that you are not Austin's substitute. You are better than Austin. Frank murmured until Douglas's face was filled with ferociousness before he slowly stopped. However, as far as I know, Austin has a secret. With your current strength, it may be difficult to defeat him. I still have a Death Knight. Douglas was sweating profusely, as if he was enduring some pain, and said in a low voice. They are the Queen's allies and have nothing to do with you. Besides, even the Queen doesn't trust external forces. How much will be left when they come to you? Cheap trust is nothing, Prince Douglas. The only one you can rely on is yourself. Douglas was confused. Frank smiled slightly and raised his hand to touch the Book of Hell. Remember, I have made a huge breakthrough in my research. You can defeat Austin with this, but this requires the help of divine blood, and it is evolved divine blood. You know what to do. Sophia. Douglas frowned, his forehead was filled with black energy, and his ferocious facial features made it difficult to distinguish his human form. Look, you love her so much, but she is so cruel to you. Haven't you figured it out yet? All you care about is power. You have been forbearing for so many years just to reach the peak of power. Seeing that Douglas was still struggling, Frank calmly dropped the last bomb. Oh, I forgot to tell you that according to my investigation, the biological father of Prince Edward and Princess Elizabeth is not you. It's Alston. Boom. Continuous thunder rang in Douglas's ears. His eyes were red and glowing with blood. The two eyes opened a double image and gradually split into three symmetrical pairs. The breath of hell condensed on him, and the artificial familiar took shape. Frank not only tampered with Douglas's thinking, but also implanted the 7 deadly sins in his body, turning him into the devil's familiar through the book of hell. Because of Frank's own beliefs, Douglas can be considered a familiar of the Lord of Pride. Go, clear your name, and seek justice for yourself. This is what Austen and the Queen owe you. Frank opened the door and left, and the convoy of limousines drove out of the dark area and continued in the direction of Buckingham Palace. Douglas was sitting in the back seat of the car with a clear look on his face. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, feeling no longer confused. I thought of it. According to my investigation, Frank of the Turner family is an expert in hell. The Queen relies heavily on him. His research will definitely help me. Other side. After Frank moved away from the convoy, his face was once again shrouded in dark fog, and he returned to his original image of the mysterious man. He stepped slowly into the darkness, heading to the Ministry of Magic headquarters in London. The Book of Hell can still evolve. Before the main course of the Divine Blood, let's take Bedford and Bon as appetizers, as well as the 2 legendary Frank mages. I hope they can surprise me. Lastly, Austen. I didn't see your secret last time. I hope you can be more sincere this time. Oh, I almost forgot about you, Wayne Landau. Your evolutionary path is very interesting and has brought many surprises to the Book of Hell. If an invitation is sent to you, will you be willing to believe in the great and arrogant master? Landau Manor, study. Father and son sat opposite each other, each playing with ancient silver coins. Austen looked at the small trash can opposite with an expressionless face. He looked in the mirror and saw himself 20 years ago. The more he looked at it, the more disgusted he felt. Learn what he means by playing with ancient silver coins. Do you want to be the head of the family? It's impossible to dream. This is the situation. Last night, the Tulip families were wiped out and 2 legendary mages were arrested. They all expressed their loyalty to the Queen. Wayne raised his brows and spoke with loyalty. You see, as the heir of the Landau family, I fully support your loyalty to the Queen. Although I did not identify myself, the Death Knight proved everything with his actions. Austen had a headache when he heard this. What do you want to do? The Tulip family is destroyed. Tomorrow night's banquet is only for the Landau family. Do you want me to transform into the Dark Knight? It was impossible to transform into the Dark Knight. Austen knew that Wayne would not do this. After all, with the Death Knight present, it was not the Dark Knight's turn to be exposed. If I know Wayne, he turns into the Dark Knight and kills everyone and steals the show, which is even more uncomfortable than killing Wayne. So, what exactly is the plan? You are thinking too much. The Dark Knight cannot be exposed. If you are exposed, the teacher's position as the high priest of the Nature Church will not be preserved. Wayne shook his head, and just as he was talking, something suddenly occurred to him, and he said to himself, maybe it can be exposed. From another perspective, the high priest of the Church of Nature tamed the Dark Knight by himself. The Church of Nature won a great victory, and the teacher might return the favor. He will be promoted and directly elected as the Pope. Austin rolled his eyes and said, when Hef becomes the Pope, he must go to the headquarters of the Church of Nature to take up his post. This family will be broken up. That's right, it's better not to get promoted. Wayne nodded seriously, rubbed his hands and said, how about it? Now you have no way out. Have you figured out what to do tomorrow night? I don't have any idea. The Queen has an idea. I'll let the Queen calm down, that's all. Yes, I believe it. Seeing that Austin was still arrogant, Wayne did not hesitate and asked instead, how is the investigation of divine blood and mist? Is there any targeted arrangement? Why should I tell you? Austin sneered. Because the Death Knight will definitely help you tomorrow night. You have no trump card. The Death Knight is afraid that you will be wronged. A river of blood will flow from your head. You don't want to see this scene, right? Wayne winked, explaining what it means to be careful. Strictly speaking, Wayne and the messengers of the Dark Goddess use the same method to control Austin. They target Austin's weakness, that is, his family, and make him helpless. Not to mention the lies about being loyal to the Queen, Wayne does not believe that Austin is a foolishly loyal person, which is evident from how easily he gives up the safety of the princess. In Austin's world, family always comes first, followed by order, a stable order. Windsor, the laws of the ancestors are immutable, and Austin's loyalty is well-founded. If the stable order affects his family, he will do his best to break it. Austin held the ancient silver coin and said helplessly, I have 2 ancient silver coins in my hand, one of which is the Queen's compensation. Through this ancient silver coin, I can limit the fog of London. The Queen's biggest trump card will be invalid. Ming the late Death Knight is enough to settle everything. Austin believed that the Queen would not use this trump card, but he had to be on guard and came up with a countermeasure. As expected of you, you got it done so quickly. Wayne's face looked strange, but this is too fast. You couldn't have been ready a long time ago, right? Seeing that Austin didn't speak and pretended silence was golden, Wayne suddenly realized, you originally only had 1 ancient silver coin, but later you got Orb's ancient silver coin. I took that ancient silver coin away and deceived it from the Queen. 1, count the time, you will start preparing on the day Orb dies. He counted on his fingers, if I remember correctly, Orb died in November last year, which is exactly the 1st anniversary, but you can't get the ancient silver coins before you start studying the fog and divine blood. I understand, you are very early. We had already made plans to rebel. Faced with Wayne's scapegoating, Austin was too tired to explain, so he just said, don't do unnecessary things at the banquet. You don't desire power. Being messy will not do you any good. As you said, I won't be attending the banquet, and the Queen didn't send me an invitation. Death Rider. Then you go to the West End Cemetery to find the Death Knight tonight. What's the use of telling me? September 28th, 7 p.m. Ministry of Magic Headquarters. The magnificent banquet hall was decorated like a palace. Golden chandeliers hang from the ceiling, reflecting the splendor. Under the soft light, the exquisite murals on the walls come to life. Those myths, legends, and historical stories drag those who stop into a fantasy and magnificent world. In the center of the hall, several long tables were covered with white tablecloths, decorated with flowers, and placed with a variety of exquisite tableware and delicacies. The red wine swayed in the glass, the melody echoed in the air, and the upper class chatted and laughed, creating an elegant atmosphere. The guests in the venue are all from the Tulip family. They can't talk or laugh like scholars, but they are definitely highly educated. They know the purpose of today's banquet, so they talk about queens but keep silent about loyalty. Austin and He looked out of place in the crowd. Sci-fi held her husband's arm, holding a glass of juice and shaking it slightly. When she noticed that other members of the Tulip family were deliberately avoiding her, she couldn't help but glance at her asshole husband. What's going on? You didn't say you were excluded before you came here. Oh, I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, you can just watch. Austin looked towards the front of the hall. There were several seats there, and the queen was undoubtedly the main one. The next few were somewhat confusing to him. Among them, 3 chairs are on par with the queen, and the treatment standards are extremely high. The only difference is the color and size of the chairs. Princesses and princes obviously don't get this treatment. If the gray chair belongs to the Death Knight, what about the black one? The Dark Knight? The Dark Knight is coming. How come he, Austin, doesn't know? Austin couldn't figure it out. He only knew that there would be trouble tonight. He looked at Sci-fi with a sad face. You're good student, he is really harmful. A string of question marks floated across Sci-fi's forehead. She didn't understand what the asshole was talking about. She was about to ask her son what he had done wrong when he saw 3 figures walking in from the door, and he suddenly realized. It's really harmful. Entering the stage is Philomena, the high priest of the Moonlight Church. She wears a white evening dress, a white gauze covering her face, and her long hair is tied behind her head. Her elegant and noble appearance is stunning, and she only uses half of her face to make the twin guards look ordinary. After she appeared, the venue was silent for 3 seconds. The men looked away with envy and jealousy, and directed their hostile eyes at Austin. In Wayne's absence, son pays his father's debt, and Austin takes on all the firepower. Everyone in Austin was numb. He wanted to explain, but no one would believe it. Sci-fi secretly thought it was funny. She looked at Philomena from the perspective of her mother-in-law and secretly thought that being beautiful requires good looks, a good figure, a good temperament, and even her strength is at the level of a legendary mage. How did her son catch such a perfect woman? Curious.jpg. From a mother's point of view, Sci-fi is very satisfied with Philomena. Some of the previous unpleasantness, such as the part where Philomena mocked her as an old woman, can now put an end to the past. It's all a misunderstanding. From now on, please bring water for your mother-in-law's feet, otherwise I will kick you out of the house. Sci-fi felt okay, but suddenly thought that she had a daughter. She couldn't help but rolled her eyes, and glared at Austin. Look at what a good example you have set. Wayne has followed your example. He was not like this before. Of Austin. Is there a possibility that he has always been like this, but has drifted off recently and is too lazy to continue acting? Austin was speechless. When Wayne became the spokesman for the Ministry of Magic, he also played a role. According to his idea, Wayne would just do it in a hurry, and mainly help the Ministry of Magic find the traitor. At that time, who knew that Wayne had really acted hastily? Philomena scanned the crowd and didn't find her little boyfriend, but she saw her little boyfriend's family. She came forward with her 2 followers and politely greeted the Landaus. Wayne had told her before that he was just a teacher, but later he told the truth that he was his mother. If it were just a teacher, as a legendary mage, Philomena didn't need to give Ziffy much face, but her mother was different. She was slightly entangled and whispered, "Mother, have you seen Wayne? X2. How cute. X2. Austin, do you want to listen to what you're saying? Sci-fi, 2 more sounds, I like to hear them. Wayne didn't come tonight, he said he would come, but I haven't seen him yet." He pushed Austin away and asked the bastard to stand in the corner and look at Philomena from close range. The more she looked at her, the more satisfied she became. The more she looked at her, the more she felt that Veronica was at great risk. It's very confusing. Philomena wanted to ask something else, but then she saw the host of the banquet, Queen Sophia, enter the room. Accompanying her were Baron Chemo and 2 figures in magic robes. The one in the black robe seemed to be a woman, and the one in the tattered grey robe. "You are the Death Knight, right? Please take back the death aura, your armor is showing." He. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 309. A deep, nightmare-like laugh echoed in the banquet hall, and the place was silent. The Tulip family members on the cruise ship were very familiar with each other, and they all knew what kind of face was under the grey robe. They bowed their heads in silence, feeling sad about the future of the family. They subconsciously glanced at Austen. The Queen had already conquered most of the Tulip family. Rather than saying that tonight's banquet was aimed at the Tulip family, it was better to say that it was a special trip to entertain the Landau family. The Landau family was so arrogant that all the Tulip families became foils. Is this the capital of the Queen's lover? It made people envious and their fists hard. The Queen had the Death Knight as an ally, and the Landau family had the high priests of the Natural and Moonlight churches. In terms of paper strength, the Queen had already won. A one-sided victory was boring. The Tulip family who withdrew was unwilling to accept it. They were unlucky themselves, and they wanted to see more people unlucky. This person was just Austen, and there was no twist and no fun, but if this person was the Queen, it would be a lot of fun. The people who were eating were driven off the table and became bystanders who were only qualified to clean up the leftovers, or worse, they were directly on the menu of the table. What did they want most? Answer: the person who drove them off the table was on the menu together. Therefore, although the members of the Tulip family thought it was unlikely, they still had expectations for Austen and wanted to see his trump card to turn the tide in the face of adversity. Be bolder, the Death Knight is gone, the arms race is escalating, and the two high priests each call out the Nature and Moonlight Knight. Is there anything wrong with it? Regardless of whether it is reasonable or not, just say whether it is possible. The possibility is not high, but it does exist. It doesn't matter if it fails, at least it can contribute a joke. 11 Faye stared blankly at the Death Knight who entered with the Queen, and then looked at the Tulip family who were gloating around, and the expressionless husband, and thought about it. I can't figure it out. Why did my son stand on the Queen's side? What's going on? Sci-fi subconsciously opened the team voice and asked curiously, what's going on? Did you two quarrel? Austen sighed, not knowing how to answer, and asked Sci-fi not to speak next. The situation was chaotic and could not be chaotic anymore. What a mess, can't you make it clear? Sci-fi snorted coldly. She was just curious and asked one more question, but the bastard was like this, which made her look self-indulgent. Yes, yes, they are all chosen knights of God. How can a mere high priest have the qualifications to speak? She has no ability and no brains. She is not qualified to join the high-end game, let alone speak. These words sounded very self-aware at first, but they were actually all warnings. Austen was speechless and felt that he would be beaten when he went back tonight. When Sci-fi beat him before, she was somewhat cautious, afraid that she would really hurt him, so she showed mercy. It was more like flirting that was consensual. Now it's not possible. She uses as much strength as she can. There is no fun in flirting at all. Sci-fi was fearless, and the Death Knight was not panicked in front of him. Not only did he not take the Death Knight seriously, he even dared to threaten the Dark Knight. Philomena was far from being so calm. She didn't know that she had been chopped down by the Death Knight several times, and she was defeated repeatedly. Analyzing the current situation, her face was quite ugly. Tonight's banquet was a game, targeting the Landau family and the two churches of Nature and Moonlight. She took a deep breath, sent a voice request to Sci-fi in the team, and after adding her as a friend, she asked directly, the Death Knight is here, I'm afraid we are not his opponent. Where is Wayne? He is a natural knight. Only knights can fight against knights. Ah, you don't know. Know what? That's right, my mother only found out not long ago. You are a lover, or one of them. Your rarity is not as good as my mother and teacher. There is no reason to rank first. Mother, please say something. I mean, Wayne is here, don't you know? Philomena didn't say anything. She had looked for him before, but didn't find the dead ghost hiding in disguise. She couldn't say this openly. If her mother-in-law knew, she would misunderstand that the relationship between her and Wayne was not deep enough. After a little hesitation, she replied that she had just seen it. With Xi-Fei's assurance, Philomena felt much more at ease. She searched with her peripheral vision, trying to find the hidden dead ghost. Soon, her eyes stayed on the woman in black robes. Her intuition told her that this woman was very powerful and a very difficult enemy. Xi-Fei's expression did not change. She happily observed Philomena. Because of the intelligence advantage, she enjoyed the happiness brought by the information gap. I didn't realize before that the high priest of the Moonlight Church only looked smart and capable, but in fact he was stupid and not very smart. He didn't even know who the person next to him was. Le.jpg. After a while of laughing, Xi-Fei couldn't laugh anymore. The boomerang she threw out with her own hands hurt herself. Philomena didn't know that the man beside her was the Death Knight. She was no different. She had been humiliated by the Dark Knight for so many years because of his concealed identity. Asshole, I'll take care of you when I get back. Mother, who are you talking to? Nothing, just remember to take care of Wayne when you get back. SPHY hurriedly made up the story. Perhaps because of sympathy, she inexplicably liked Philomena. She used to think that the old woman was sarcastic and a complete bitch, but now she thinks that this girl is well behaved and sensible, and is barely qualified to be a daughter-in-law. She recognized this daughter-in-law and criticized her son when she got back. Such a good girl should not be wronged. What, the daughter-in-law is several years older than her. Haha, isn't there an older one? That one is called eating young grass. A group of tulip families observed the changes in the expressions of the three members of the Landau family. Austin was expressionless throughout the whole process. He mainly played a very deep and ruthless character, Xi-Fei and Philomena. To be honest, I didn't understand. Xi-Fei, in particular, seemed to be smiling. What's so funny about dying, can you make a comeback? If this can be reversed, I will eat the wine glass/fork/plate in my hand on the spot. XN. Queen Sophia was also observing the Landau family. Seeing Austin's expressionless face and unable to guess what he was thinking, she nodded slightly to Douglas next to her. Douglas narrowed his eyes and walked forward 2 steps. Welcome to the banquet. We are all members of the Tulip family, the bones of the royal family, the pillars of the country, and the Queen's most trusted subordinates. Please allow me, on behalf of the Windsor royal family, to thank you for your continued contributions to the country since. Douglas talked a lot as the mouthpiece of Queen Sophia. He talked a lot of nonsense. Just a baron, what kind of airs are you putting on? Do you have the qualifications? Just when everyone was confused, Douglas bowed slightly, and when he stood up again, his whole body temperament changed drastically, and he gained a bit more steady majesty and confidence, and the image between his brows was completely different from before. Introduce yourself, Douglas Arthur George Windsor, husband of the Queen. XN. There was a brief silence in the field, and then the whole place was in an uproar, all filled with incredible shouts. Prince Douglas, who died of illness, is still alive. Everyone has always questioned the death of the prince. He died too carelessly. At first glance, he was gone, but if you think about it carefully, he might still be alive. No one can tell for sure until Schrodinger's coffin board is opened. Now that Douglas is back, he has completed the encirclement and suppression of the Tulip family and re-established the prince's majesty under the Queen's instruction. Austin looked slightly startled, and then he suddenly realized that it was no wonder that a baron would affect the queen's attitude towards him. The alienation was not a power struggle, but an avoidance of suspicion. Austen breathed a sigh of relief and subconsciously glanced at Sci-fi. You see, the queen has a husband, and she is always alive. Don't listen to Wayne's nonsense all day long. Things like princesses having illegitimate daughters and things staying in the palace at night are all rumors fabricated by good people. If you really believe it, you will be fooled. Sci-fi, she used to be your girlfriend, right? Austen did not reply. He picked up his wine glass and bowed slightly to the queen and the prince. It was good to be alive. The scapegoats on him could finally be cleaned. The upper class of London have been rumoring that the prince's death was related to him. His explanation was said to be a cover-up, and his lack of explanation was said to be acquiescence, which made him suffer. Sophia saw the smile in the corner of Austen's eyes and responded with a glass of wine. She knew what Austen was happy about. She had heard all the rumors. She didn't come forward to explain. Austen had been criticized for being wronged. Raise your glass, everything goes without saying. Are you two flirting with each other like this? I'm not dead yet. Douglas narrowed his eyes slightly and suppressed the displeasure in his eyes. When he died, his wife was flirting with Austen. When he came back to life, his wife was still flirting with Austen, so wasn't his resurrection in vain? Douglas sneered in his heart, hurry up and take one more look, you two don't have many good days left. Ex-husband, are you still alive? Wayne was extremely disappointed. He completely confirmed that Austen and the Queen were innocent. He did not break into Buckingham Palace at night or confront the monarch. The rumors were really just rumors. The Queen is not a widow. If there is no sex, the happiness will be gone. Although the Queen is not a widow, it does not affect the continued sex. The famous aphorism of the Free Mage Alliance clearly states this. Faith makes people firm, religion makes people stupid, but others' wives are better. The fact that the prince is still alive is a plus for the Queen. But, as a pure love god of war, in Wayne's eyes, this is the Queen's negative point, and even spreading rumors feels boring. It's boring, why doesn't the prince die? Tisk. Amidst the harsh sound of the chair being dragged, the Death Knight unhappily pulled out the grey chair and sat down. He restrained his death cloak and showed his true face to the crowd with his skeleton and armor. He picked up the calcium-supplemented milk on the table and drank it in one gulp. Wow! The moment the milk enters the mouth, the lifeless energy evaporates, and the calcium supplement makes up for the loneliness. It turns out that Baron Chemo is Prince Douglas. No wonder he speaks so loudly. That's right. Apart from the Queen, you are the only one here who has this qualification. Wayne shook his head and said, those rumors before, that the head of the Landau family was the Queen's lover, that they teamed up to kill the prince, and that they talked about family and country affairs every night, have been dispelled today. Congratulations, Mr. Prince, you can wash your hands today, get rid of these stigmas. Whose side does the Death Knight stand on? Is he an ally of the Queen? Why is he talking so happily? XN. Everyone was curious and didn't dare to get angry. They looked at their noses with their eyes and their hearts with their noses, pretending they didn't hear anything. Smart people have already begun to establish relationships with Douglas, and send their sincere blessings one by one. When the prince comes back, there will be justice. When the prince comes back, there will be peace in Windsor. With the help of the prince and the collective loyalty of the Tulip family, Windsor will be able to win this war, capture the Prussian mustache alive, and take him to London to make fun of the Queen. Hippie smiley face. JPG. Everyone expressed their loyalty, and Austen couldn't help but say a few words. He was a man and knew what Glass was thinking, and tried to lower his profile to ease the relationship between the two. My Lord Prince, please listen to my words and stop immediately, otherwise the Death Knight will make big moves. Douglas ignored Austin and ignored this person at all. He raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and began to introduce two important allies of the royal family. This is the messenger of the goddess of death in the world, the founder of the underground catacombs, and the knight who walks on earth on behalf of the gods. Douglas came prepared, and Lala gave Wayne a lot of titles, and then said, "The name of the Death Knight is resounding throughout the gods' chosen continent. I don't need to introduce it too much, but I still have to say, the Knight is still the Queen. Ally, representing the alliance between the Church of Death and the royal family of Windsor." Bang bang bang. XN. The members of the Tulip family blushed and clapped their hands desperately. They were all so excited that they thought this was a fan meeting. They were all the most devout believers of the goddess of death. Everyone was very generous and wildly boasted about the greatness of the Death Knight, which made the Death Knight himself expressionless and indifferent, unmoved no matter how many nice words he said. "Wayne, it's boring, not as exciting as the gossip about the Queen and Alston." Rightward arrow. In the crowd, Sci-fi heard everyone's bragging and was so excited that she clapped her hands again and again. She likes to hear it and goes on to praise her son for being so good. Philomena rolled her eyes wildly, suspecting that Sci-fi was an undercover agent of the Death Church. In any case, they were the high priests of the Life Alliance, and each had their own beliefs. They should not praise the Death Knight. Especially the high priest of the Church of Nature. Nature and death are sworn enemies. Who are you clapping for? She wouldn't, and the Death Knight would never want to hear a word of praise from her. Of the 4 seats at the front of the hall, 2 belong to the royal family, namely the Queen and the Prince. The remaining one is occupied by the Death Knight. How can there be another one? Everyone focused their attention on the woman in black robe. Could it be that she was also the chosen knight? Douglas didn't keep everyone waiting. He couldn't wait to reveal the answer. After introducing the Death Knight, he turned to introduce the Queen's second heavyweight ally to everyone. This elegant lady comes from the Dark Church. I am sorry that I cannot mention her name, but her identity is worth mentioning. The Oracle Executor of the Dark Goddess in the human world, the Saint of the Dark Church. Her Excellency, the Holy Lady, fully represents the Dark Church and has reached a cooperative relationship with the royal family. It is not limited to cooperation, but a firm alliance. In the future, London will become the #1 division of the Dark Church. One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, and everyone gritted their teeth and exclaimed. The Queen would not make a move, but the 2 trump cards that could stabilize the victory. There was no way to turn around now. The Saint of the Dark Church may not be qualified to be on an equal footing with the Death Knight, but she represents the Dark Church, and even the Dark Goddess, and is fully qualified. Seeing everyone's admiration, Douglas raised his lips slightly, feeling ashamed to say that he met Anastasia by accident. It was all luck. After lying dormant for many years, he finally got lucky. Austin, when I play these 2 cards, how do you respond? Don't give in, otherwise it will be too boring. Alston. Austin was not in the atmosphere and was not under any pressure at all. He was slightly stunned before he reacted. It turned out to be Anastasia, the Saint of the Dark Church. She exited the elf form, and her figure changed so much that she was unrecognizable for a moment. How should I put it, the Queen's vision in choosing allies is really. It's hard to describe in one word. As the Dark God's chosen, Austin has little respect for Anastasia, let alone fear. Even though they are not in the same system, there is no superior or subordinate. At the critical moment, the Dark Knight she speaks better than the Dark Saint. In addition, the Death Knight next to Anastasia is also a Dark Knight. The 2 of them should have already identified their identities and talked about it, right? Not good. Austin was shocked. Wayne's meaningful smile appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but swallow. Wayne had known about the alliance between the Dark Church and the royal family for a long time, but he kept it secret and only told him that the Death Knight was an ally of the Queen. "This bastard, is he planning to cheat on you tonight?" Sci-fi blinked. "The saint of the Dark Church, if I remember correctly, her name is Anastasia. She is the arch-enemy of her teacher Senna, and their relationship is good and bad." When they were still on the frozen continent, Sci-fi predicted that Anastasia would be around her son in the future, and the prediction came true. They really caught up with London, and they even sat together tonight. Is this really good? Anastasia is a saint, and it is impossible for her to remain pure for the dark goddess. Got it, my daughter-in-law is ready to step down. Tisk, 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 that's interesting. Sci-fi glanced at Philomena, squinted her eyes, and had a particularly cunning smile, as if she was just watching the fun and not taking it too seriously. Philomena didn't know why, and suspected that Sci-fi was probably crazy. We were all members of the Life Alliance, and they even got married. The Dark Church had settled in London, and its attacks were clearly targeting the Life Alliance. Why were you laughing at her? Could it be a bit dangerous? Feel. Wayne, your mother is crazy, I can't take care of you. Austin's shocked expression was seen by all the members of the Tulip family. Douglas couldn't help laughing and said to everyone, "The war is about to begin. The royal family has no intention of provoking religious disputes. Doing so is nothing more than outsiders. Due to the general environment, please don't have any strange misunderstandings, let alone spread rumors and cause trouble to put the royal family in a passive situation." "That makes sense," First nodded repeatedly. These words were carefully savored by the Tulip family. They sensed the pressure and nodded in agreement, reaffirming their loyalty and restating their positions, willing to lead the way for the Queen. In the ears of Austin and Sphy, the former was panicked and felt that a big mess was going to happen tonight. Although the latter didn't know what happened, he felt it was very interesting and the smile on his mouth never stopped. It was impossible to suppress it. Philomena was going crazy. She heard the warning in Douglas' words. No, it was a threat that was exposed. There was a Death Knight in front and a saint of the Dark Church behind. Not only she and Sphy, the two high priests, but also the Landau family would face a life and death crisis tonight. "Bastard, where did you run to? Hurry up and stand up." Philomena was so anxious that she expressed her concern to Sphy in the team voice. The latter was still laughing and didn't know when he was about to die, which made Philomena say that she couldn't carry him. "The question is, how did this brain give birth to Wayne? One pregnancy makes you stupid for 30 years? Austin's panic was undisguised, and the more panicked he was, the more Douglas smiled. The prince said that it was safe. After the Queen and two important allies sat down, he stood up straight like a javelin and asked with a smile, "Austin Landau, all the Tulip families have expressed their loyalty to the Queen, only you are unclear about your attitude. Now, can the Landau family still bear the glory of the Tulip family, and are they still willing to be the sword in the hands of the Queen?" "Prince, the loyalty of the Landau family has never changed. It was loyal to the Queen before, and it will be the same in the future." Austin hurriedly expressed his attitude and sent a look to Sophia. "Hurry up, Queen, nod quickly." Sophia was confused. Austin seemed a little strange tonight, but this did not affect her continued trust in Austin. Regardless of the deep relationship between the two monarchs and ministers, the friendship in the past, or the disproportionate strength and power now, she was willing to believe in Austin's loyalty. Sophia glanced at her husband. Austin had already expressed his attitude, and the banquet could officially begin. Everything is under control, and the music continues, and the dance continues. Douglas stood in front, deliberately ignoring his wife's eyes. Before he could say anything, the two heads of the Tulip family stood up. Barney Boswell. Rupert Wilson. These two had a rift with Austin, and the relationship was very tense. Under Douglas's instruction, they grabbed the task of controlling Austen. First come first served, and the later queued up. If you surrender so easily, wouldn't the other tulip families have suffered in vain? You were quite arrogant before, why don't you continue to be arrogant? Austen, you said you would pledge allegiance to the Queen. How are you going to pledge allegiance? Is it the same arrogant loyalty as before? If so, your loyalty does not seem to be trustworthy. Mr. Barney, Austen is a man of measure. I believe in his character and credibility. Since he dares to say it, he will definitely do it. Rupert, Austen hasn't said anything yet. Is that so? Rupert woke up as if from a dream, laughed at himself twice, and looked like he was considering the Landau family. Austen, how are you going to pledge allegiance? How much power will be returned to the royal family? While everyone is here, you'd better make it clear. That makes sense, First nodded repeatedly. Austen frowned slightly, and after a brief thought, he said straightforwardly, the interests of the Landau family can be taken back by the Queen at will. I have no opinion on how to distribute them. My loyalty is absolutely absolute. In one sentence, the interests of the entire family were sold out, and Rupert and Barney were unable to deal with it. They disdained Austen's timidity and humbleness. They used to regard him as a person, but they misjudged him. What level, the head of the Tulip family like us? What about the high-level positions in the Ministry of Magic? Douglas asked. Let the Queen handle it. Douglas was speechless for a moment. This was not the result he wanted. Ignoring Sophia's gradually cold expression, he lowered his voice and said, what about the property that the Landau family keeps for the Ministry of Magic? It's all right, Austen bowed. Including your butler. Austen's face changed slightly, and he slowly straightened his back and looked at Douglas. Prince, the butler of the Landau family only belongs to the Landau family, not the property of the Ministry of Magic. Austen, is this how you express your loyalty? Douglas smiled faintly. It was this rhythm that finally caught him. The Landau family is loyal only to the Queen. In my loyalty list, there is only the Queen. Prince, you are not on this list. Austen played with the ancient silver coin expressionlessly. That's right. The Tulip family should only be loyal to the Queen. Douglas' eyes lit up and continued to put pressure on him, saying, since you are willing to give up your position as a senior official in the Ministry of Magic, you should also hand over this ancient silver coin that symbolizes your status. That makes sense, First nodded repeatedly. My Lord Prince, I can hand it over. Can you take it? Austen, you are so brave. The tense atmosphere reached its peak in an instant. The Tulip family retreated together, unwilling to get involved in the dispute. The heated drama made them dry-mouthed and they couldn't help but take a sip of the wine in the glass to calm down. Sphy frowned and looked at Prince Douglas, full of malice, as if, fearless. But is this really a good thing? If the men in her family are unwilling to act, it will be difficult to end. Philomena stood speechlessly beside Sci-fi. The royal family's relentless suppression of the Landau family can be understood as their attitude towards the Life Alliance and the Moonlight Church. During the honeymoon period, they were all sweet, but when they found the Death and Dark Church and formed the Black Death Alliance, they immediately turned their faces and became yellow-faced women. Damn politics! That's enough, that's all for today. At the critical moment, Queen Sophia couldn't stand it anymore and spoke out in person. She didn't want to take back the power in Douglas's hands. Her husband worked hard for the royal family. Even if he didn't have any merit, he had worked hard. At least he had to give him face. But Douglas was too prejudiced against Austen, and his words were full of personal grudges. As a qualified politician, he was undoubtedly too naive. Sophia glanced at Austen and said slowly, I believe in the loyalty of the Landau family and I also recognize your emphasis on your family, but your words are a bit harsh. The prince will rule Windsor with me in the future, and he should be on your loyalty list. 5 big boards on both sides, and a big pie on each side, impartial and very balanced. Austen's face improved slightly, bowed to Sophia, and took the ladder. Douglas did not, his face was sinister, and he could faintly hear the laughter of the Tulip family members in his ears. The Queen chose Austen at the last minute. The prince is just a substitute. There is no emotion in a political marriage. Austen is the Queen's true love. The so-called prince is nothing more than a minister with a special status. The Queen is the Queen, and the minister is the minister. He is a little confused. After tonight, should we change to Prince Austen? Hasn't it always been like that? You may have noticed it. I always think that the prince and princess have some similarities with Austen in their eyebrows. Ha 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 xn. A series of whispers made Douglas' face turn pale and blue alternately. Just when he couldn't bear it anymore, the Death Knight slammed the table and scared everyone with a bang. As the Queen's ally, I don't have a say, but now that things have come to this, instead of continuing to quarrel, it's better to let me say a few fair words. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 310. Seeing that her ally had something to say, Sophia frowned slightly. Now that the Landau family matter has been settled, what else does the Death Knight want to say? Is he dissatisfied with her handling attitude? What does the matter of kings and ministers have to do with the Death Knight? Could it be that Douglas was causing trouble and the Death Knight also joined in the plan against the Landau family? My Lord Prince, you are going a little too far. Seeing Austen's panicked face, Sophia closed her eyes and pondered for a moment, but finally had no words. She is a qualified politician and knows who is more important between Austen and the Death Knight at the moment. Douglas was worried that no one dared to speak. When he saw that the Death Knight was not convinced, he immediately put a smile on his face. That kick in the butt was not in vain, the Death Knight is still reliable at the critical moment. Rupert and Barney, two good-for-nothings, were concerned about the Landau family's assets and agreed to act as pawns and receive rewards afterwards. However, the Queen opened her mouth and was too frightened to say a word. If you are so timid, how can you do big things in the future? Unlike Sci-fi, who was curiously waiting for the Death Knight to speak, Philomena became obviously nervous. The legendary mage's senses were far better than the golden mage. She could detect that at the moment when Austen spoke forcefully, there were several unique mage-like sensations that belonged to the legendary mage. Looked over. There is an ambush at the banquet hall, and as soon as Douglas breaks the red wine glass in his hand, the legendary mages will swarm in. Austen. He panicked and stared at the Death Knight fiercely, as if he had found the enemy who killed his father. From my immature point of view, the Landau family obviously has two minds. They say they are loyal to the Queen, but they are obedient to the prince. What is this called? Wayne looked around at the crowd and saw that no one was complimenting him. He asked and answered himself, this is called being without a king. He is clearly preparing to rebel. Sophia lamented in her heart, as expected, the Death Knight was attracted by Douglas. It's her fault. She shouldn't have given Douglas the power of liaison and let him find an opportunity to take advantage of it. There was also the deliberate avoidance before. She should take more care of her husband's feelings instead of vaguely mentioning Austen every time, which seemed like she was too guilty. Although I did feel a little guilty, that was all in the past. My Lord Knight is right. Douglas nodded repeatedly, and the hero had the same view. He also believed that Austen was proud, rebellious, and born to be a rebel. Rebellious ministers and traitors, everyone will find them and punish them. I have been silent just now. I was observing the performance of everyone present and the attitude of the royal family. Coupled with the Landau family's attitude of forbearing and then erupting, I found that Austen has many shining points, which is much better than the royal family. Wayne said while wearing the Death Knight's vest. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Sophia and Douglas both looked over. Is this an irony? First of all, the Tulip family present are just outsiders, and they surrendered because of the powerful power of the royal family. This is nothing. I have always believed that power is power, and the royal family is qualified to make the Tulip family surrender. Wayne stood up and slowly left the seat, but compared with the Landau family, this surrender seems so ridiculous, like a clown. I almost thought you were the jesters raised by the Queen. Look at this Mr. Alston. He has always surrendered to the royal family. He only gave up his loyalty because the prince pressed harder and harder. His toughness is not for the interests of the family, but for the people he cares about. I admire him very much for his kindness and justice. XN. Everyone was confused and couldn't figure out why the Death Knight wanted to praise Austen. Sci-fi didn't understand either. As far as she knew, the relationship between father and son was very tense, and they would make small moves to disgust each other from time to time. So, why would a son say good things about his father without conscience? Is this the latest trend of suppressing desire before promoting it? Don't worry, let's take a look. What time has it been and you still want to watch the show? The Death Knight is coming soon. Philomena was about to die of panic, and Sci-fi explained that there was an ambush nearby. There were many people. Even if Wayne transformed into a natural knight to fight against the Death Knight, they would be surrounded by the legendary mage, which would only hinder them. It will implicate Wayne. Good boy, you sure were good to Wayne. Sci-fi raised her eyebrows, saying that a friend in need is a friend indeed. She was very satisfied with this daughter-in-law. Except for her age, she had almost no shortcomings. Especially his attitude towards Wayne, it was obvious that he had real feelings. Unlike that shameless old witch who only covets his son's body. Bah, vile. Mr. Alston is kind and righteous. Compared with him, all the members of the Tulip family are simply rubbish. Wayne's skull face sneered again and again. Don't get me wrong, I'm not targeting any one person, I'm saying that everyone here is rubbish. The royal family is strong and you are willing to surrender. If the royal family is a little weak, you all have your own ideas. Loyalty is not absolute, which is absolutely disloyal. I am a knight and I can't stand people like you. XN. If I couldn't beat him, I would definitely have a good talk with you today. XN. If you have the ability, put down the shadow nightmare. Without that sword, you are still a coward. Who are you kidding me about? XN. Everyone was dissatisfied and frightened by the power of the Death Knight. They all lowered their eyebrows and did not dare to refute. At the same time, he also found a reason for himself. The Queen's allies represent the Queen. To refute the Queen's allies is to refute the Queen. They do not talk back when they are scolded, which is a great loyalty. Wayne looked at everyone with contempt and continued to brag about Austen. Even though the latter's eyes widened, it still did not affect his boasting. Austen has expressed his loyalty to the Queen. It was the prince who was aggressive and pushed him towards rebellion. Wayne said happily, I won't tell you the specific reasons. When I was sleeping in the West District Cemetery, I heard a lot of truth about the Queen and Mr. Austen's affair. These unruly people dare to say anything when they visit the graves, saying that the Queen and Austen exchanged what they had. Austen read the words and made a roundabout way, and they looked confused. I feel embarrassed to hear these words. They are both upper and lower. I won't emphasize them here. Wayne wanted to say something, but because Sci-fi's smile was stiff, he rationally chose to end the topic. He turned and said, as you can see, I am a skeleton. I don't understand the joy of love between men and women. Death makes me eternally peaceful. I won't think about it, let alone try it. That makes sense, First nodded repeatedly. But I can understand the prince. He is a man of status. In his position, he cannot tolerate his wife having an ambiguous relationship with a minister. Even if 7 out of 10 rumors are indeed false, Even if the Queen and Austen were indeed lovers before, the rumors are not groundless. There are indeed some facts that make the prince unhappy. Sir Knight. Douglas interrupted with a dark face. He was very grateful to the Death Knight for speaking for him and speaking to his heart. But there are too many irrelevant words, not to mention the heart, but also to the lungs. Sorry, Prince, you know, only by clarifying your identity as a victim can I clear your name next. Wayne apologized and continued, so, there is a reason why the prince dislikes Austen. It has nothing to do with loyalty or politics. It is purely a personal grudge. Douglas. Are you sure this is a clearing of the name, not a repeated flogging of the corpse? The prince has his own difficulties, and the queen has her own troubles. After all, Austen is so outstanding that the prince seems mediocre. XN. The Death Knight reversed continuously, speaking for the prince in the previous second, and stabbing the prince's waist in the next second. Except for Austen, no one knew what he really wanted to express. The prince is right, Austen is right, and the queen is even more right. Things have come to this point, it is nothing more than the power of the royal family is getting stronger step by step, and the Landau family has no room for resistance, so Austen can't be loyal. Wayne put his fingers together to form a sword, and pointed at Austen, you are wrong because you are too weak. The royal family is strong, and the prince has the right to speak. No matter what you do, you can't be loyal. Speaking of this, Wayne tilted his head and looked at Austen. He had already made the truth clear, hoping that Austen would stand up. The history books in his hometown are relatively long, and there are many allusions to the harmony between the monarch and his subjects. There is a saying that is very straightforward, and he has always believed it. Shangyang knows the horsepower, and Biggin knows the heart of man. As the saying goes, when the rabbit dies, the dog is cooked. Being a licker for others will not end well. Austen is loyal and righteous. It is only because he is weak that the Landau family is bullied. This is the truth. At this point, Wayne took the lead in applauding. The effect was average. Except for Austen, who was shaking with anger, no one moved. Forster blinked, looked at the changes in the field happily, and secretly said it was interesting. The Tulip family was silent collectively. Sophia and Douglas had dark faces and said nothing. Especially Douglas, he regretted letting the Death Knight speak. He knew with his toes what rumors the members of the Tulip family would spread outside after tonight. While he was angry, he also had some expectations. He wanted to know how these rubbish would make up stories. It's better to make up stories beautifully. If I can't deal with the Death Knight, I can't deal with you. Everyone, have you ever thought about this? If the balance of strength and weakness is reversed, and the power of the Landau family surpasses the royal family in one fell swoop, who is wrong today? Wayne asked loudly. This topic is too slippery, no one dares to talk about it, and can only think about it in their hearts. Sir Knight, this is the banquet hall of the Ministry of Magic headquarters, not suitable for discussing philosophical topics, Austen said in a deep voice. At this time, his face was dark, and his cold momentum seemed to be visiting a grave. Sif almost thought he was going to transform into a dark knight. Without philosophy, this is a very realistic topic. Wayne ignored Austen's eyes and continued, because the Landau family is weak, Austen is wrong, and he has to bear the stigma of rebellion even if he doesn't want to rebel. By the same token, the Landau family is strong, Austen is right, and the only one who is wrong is the royal family, and the prince is ungrateful. The Landau family wanted to offer loyalty, but the prince took the lead in rebellion and insisted on sending the crown to the Landau family. Wow! The members of the Tulip family were almost scared to death by the Death Knight's truth. It was true, but was it really appropriate to say so? Do they still want to be allies? Compared to the cold royal family that throws away after use, I appreciate a king like Austen who is affectionate and righteous. He. While Wayne was talking, he had already come to Austin, reached into the void, pulled out the Shadow Nightmare, and swished it across Austin's neck. Philomena was shocked and raised her hand to save him. She didn't raise it, and was pressed down by Sci-fi. "What are you doing? He is your husband, is he so ruthless?" Philomena's eyes widened, and she couldn't figure out what Sci-fi was doing, but she soon understood. "See, Mr. Austin is not only loyal and righteous, but also brave and resourceful. He remained calm even when the Shadow Nightmare was on his neck." "Who here can do that?" Wayne put away his knight's sword and asked loudly. "Austin, your mother can do it too." 83 Chinese website latest address. With the operation of the Death Knight, the people of the Tulip family gradually realized that the atmosphere was not right. Looking at the Death Knight and Austin, they couldn't help but suspect that they were allies. "I am the Knight of the Goddess of Death in the world, representing the interests of the Church of Death. I only cooperate with the king. As for who is the king, I don't care, but today." Wayne stood in front of Austin with a sword in his hand. "I choose Austin, he is the one that everyone wants." X2. SPHY, this child is too filial, right? "Philomena, who am I, where am I going to be a princess?" After the voice fell, there was a brief silence of a few seconds, and then the banquet hall exploded directly. The members of the Tulip family were so scared that they retreated away from the center of the venue. They were afraid that their good friends would run away, so they protected them without hesitation. "Death Knight." Sophia's eyes widened in surprise. She had vaguely sensed something was wrong halfway through her words. Even so, she was still shocked when the truth came out. The Death Knight actually supported Austin's rebellion? When did they establish an alliance? When Austin was the contact person before? No, if Austin had such a powerful ally, why was his attitude so humble before, and why is his face so ugly now? "Austin, blink when you are threatened." "My Lord Knight, please don't talk nonsense." Austin's eyes widened, his tongue pressed against his teeth and he almost died of anger. He entrusted the position of the head of the family to the Death Knight on the spot. How dare he say that he should be the king? Is he the material to be the king? Does he have a suitable heir? What, Wayne? That's it, Landai's country is gone. "Mr. Austin, I'm not talking nonsense, you don't know how powerful you are." Wayne waved his hand. "Not only do I support you to become king, the saint of the Dark Church also thinks so." As he said that, he made a speech of rebellion that made people's scalps numb. Douglas made and abandoned generals and killed the country's loyal people. Sophia didn't care and let him do whatever he wanted. Today, he, the Death Knight and the saint of the Dark Church, rose up and defeated this pair of dogs and couples under the leadership of Austin. The speech was too shocking, and the faces of all the Tulip family members turned pale. They guessed that Austin would have a trump card to turn the tables, but these two trump cards were too big, directly taking away the Queen's allies and leaving the Queen with nothing. The two polls were reversed. What about the saint of the Dark Church? Is the Death Knight talking nonsense, or does she really support Austin? As everyone looked at her, Anastasia, who had been silent, slowly stood up from her chair, and in the incredible eyes of the Queen and the Prince, she came to Austin and bowed. "Anastasia, the saint of the Dark Church, here I pay my sincere respects to you. I support you as the new owner of Windsor in my private capacity," Anastasia said lightly. Although the voice was not loud, it left no room for maneuver. Austin's scalp numbed, and he hurriedly said, "Saint, how come even you are fooling around with the Death Knight? You should understand that you have no private identity, and your every word and deed represents the Dark Church. The Pope will fully support you if he knows." Anastasia's tone remained the same. "Indeed, if the Dark Church does not support the Dark Knight, who will support the Dark Knight? The Life Alliance." "Oh, the Life Alliance sent 2 high priests, and they have supported it a long time ago." Especially the natural church, they wish they could rush to the first place and let their high priest quickly become the queen. The Moonlight Church rushed to the second place, and the high priest became the princess today and the queen tomorrow. In short, if Austen becomes king, everyone will gain. Sci-fi's scalp tingled. Others may not know, but she knows it in her heart. Hearing Anastasia's firm tone, she suspected that the identity of the Dark Knight had been exposed. After careful reasoning, after the old witch, another old woman became her son's lover. My God, the family will be prosperous in the future. Philomena lowered her head blankly, muttering about the princess and the queen. A closer look showed that she was already laughing from ear to ear. The Death Knight represents the Death Church, the Dark Saint represents the Dark Church, plus Sci-fi represents the Natural Church, and she represents the Moonlight Church. The four churches joined hands. Why is Sophia still the queen? The mate is almost the same. So, where is the prince hiding? Come out quickly. Douglas stood there with his mouth wide open, turned around and looked, and confirmed that the ally was indeed on Austen's side. He couldn't figure out how the situation would develop to this point. It was agreed that he would wave his arm and there would be no place for Austen in London. Why did everyone choose Austen? Douglas couldn't figure it out. He couldn't understand it. Looking at Austen, who was supported by four churches, his eyes flashed with jealousy. He was a prince, he should be arrogant, but at this moment, he was only worthy of jealousy. A black line spread from Douglas's cheek, so faint that it was unnoticeable. The pain made his body tremble and his face twisted. In the eyes of everyone, this was a manifestation of extreme anger. Austen, is this your trump card? Sophia stood up and shook her head slightly with a little disappointment on her face. I thought you were the only one who would not betray me, but you prepared so much to betray me. Your Majesty, I swore to be loyal to you, and the oath is still valid. This is the will of the Death Knight and the Saint of the Dark Church, and has nothing to do with me, Austen explained calmly. He never thought of rebelling, never. Austen, why are you still talking about this now? The strong want to be strong, and the strong will always be strong. The king deserves your powerful status. If you don't believe it, ask these members of the Tulip family, are you the one that everyone wants? Wayne howled at the top of his voice. After the voice fell, the members of the Tulip family shook their heads collectively. The Boswell family only supports the king and swears to defend the king's honor to the death. Long live the king. Cavendish too. That makes sense. A group of traitors who follow the wind have no loyalty at all. They say they will defend the king's honor, but their feet don't move, and they don't say who the king is. Facing Sophia's cold gaze, the Tulip families all bowed their heads and lamented their dilemma. As far as the previous oaths were concerned, if they had to choose one, they would rather be loyal to Queen Sophia, but they had no choice after being on the menu. At this time, what else could they do except to show their loyalty to the future king? Rush up and try whether the shadow nightmare is sharp? Stop it, the sword will be cut down, and the ashes will be gone in a swish. Death Knight, shut up, Austen almost roared. Okay, Lord. Sophia was still shaking her head. Whether Austen was interested or not, he was set up by the four churches. At this position, whether Austen wanted to be king or not was not up to him. Sophia decisively cut off the friendship between the two, stroking the ring on her hand, and the surrounding dark cracks tore open. Four legendary wizards protected her in the middle. The three deputy ministers of the Ministry of Magic, Yvette, Anik, and Shady, and Herman, the leader of the Holy Light Knights guarding Windsor Castle. In addition, Douglas, who was trembling with anger, was also protected in the middle. Although Douglas's performance disappointed Sophia very much, his behavior against Austen did reveal a hidden danger. Unknowingly, the power of the Landau family has expanded to the point that even the royal family cannot shake it. The four churches clearly support the Landau family. I think the Sun Church will not be willing to be lonely. What about the Heavenly Father Church, is it also prepared? Sophia glanced at Austin. Your allies are too strong. Believe me, they are really not trustworthy. Power is only power when it is in your own hands. They can betray me today, and they will betray you in the future. Austin smiled bitterly. It should be like this, but the situation in his family is a bit chaotic. Wayne can gather 5 God-chosen knights and a reincarnated angel and an ancient god knight. The church really supports the Landau family from the bottom of its heart. Moreover, the Queen also misunderstood. He had no say on the future of the Landau family. The 4 legendary wizards were facing a formidable enemy. The 2 Franks, Anik and Shadi, did not dare to face the Death Knight and were already thinking about retreating. Looking at their hands, which were not placed anywhere, it was conceivable that they would salute if the Death Knight charged. Hermann was not familiar with Austin. Looking at the powerful Landau family, a drop of cold sweat fell from his brow. Yvette stared at Austin with her eyes wide open, not believing that he would rebel one day. Your Majesty, the enemy is numerous and we are few. It is better to surrender. Mr. Austin is affectionate and righteous. Considering the old friendship, he will not embarrass you. Wayne shook off the shadow nightmare and began to persuade him to surrender. Death Knight, this is the headquarters of the Ministry of Magic in Windsor. I am the Minister of Magic. This is my territory. Sophia narrowed her eyes slightly and rubbed the ring with her fingertips. Ah! At this time, something strange happened in the field. Douglas wailed in pain, holding his head with both hands as if he was crazy. The wailing of a loser is understandable. Wayne didn't care at first, until the strong breath of hell spread from Douglas. He reacted. Douglas's body swelled rapidly, and his appearance changed drastically in the blink of an eye. His pale skin, bloody red lips and big mouth, keratin mask covering half of his face, and those 6 evil golden pupils were full of hellish wind. Demon. Wayne shook his head repeatedly. It was so miserable to be the husband of the Queen. The prince could not avoid becoming a container for the devil to come to the world. What about the Queen herself? Did she become a container too? Which demon king? Could the Queen be a succubus? Douglas, you. The sudden change exceeded everyone's imagination. Sophia looked at her husband, who had changed his appearance, in surprise, and didn't understand what happened to him. The devil's desire can be used, but the devil cannot use desire. She should have said these principles. The moment they looked at each other, Sophia sensed strong malice. Shocked, she quickly activated the teleportation magic on the ring. Swish! A bloody afterimage flashed by, and Douglas passed by the dazed Anik, opened his 5 fingers and clasped Sophia's face, and left with her at the moment she disappeared. Chase.